Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting. Today is Tuesday, January the 17th. It is now 9 a.m., and we are in the community wing of City Hall. If I would ask you all to please rise and join me for our Pledge of Allegiance. If the clerk would call the roll, please.
Mayor Alfin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Denko.
Here.
Councilmember Carly Pontieri. Present. Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Mayor, all members are present.
Thank you. We move to the agenda section, public participation. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the Communications Marketing Director, who has her hand up, seated in the rear. Public participation shall be held in accordance with Section 286.0114 of the Florida statutes and pursuant to the City Council's meeting policies and procedures. Each speaker shall at the podium provide their name and may speak for up to 3 minutes. The public may provide comments to the City Council relative to matters not on the agenda at the times indicated in this agenda. Following any comments from the public, there may be discussion by the City Council. When addressing the City Council on specific enumerated agenda items, speakers shall direct all comments to the mayor, make their comments concise and to the point, not speak more than once on the same subject, not by speech or otherwise delay or interrupt the proceedings or the peace of the City Council. Obey the orders of the mayor or the City Council and not make any irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments while addressing the City Council, which pursuant to council rules shall be considered disorderly. Any person who becomes disorderly or who fails to confine his or her comments to the identified subject or business shall be cautioned by the mayor and thereafter must conclude his or her remarks on the subject within the remaining designated time limit. Any speaker failing to comply as cautioned shall be barred from making any additional comments during the meeting and may be removed as necessary for the remainder of the meeting. Members of the public may make comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. Please be advised that public comment will only be permitted during the public comment portions of the agenda at the times indicated by the chair during the meeting. So with that, I would open up for public comment, and I would invite any members of the public that would like to address City Council to please come forward to the podium at this time. Are there any members of the public that would like to address City Council? Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. Joe Runak, 7 Courtney Court. I just want to wish everyone a happy new year, particularly the new council members. Good luck and everything else. As far as existing matters, there is still the issue, in my opinion, of the proposed cell phone tower at 7 Clubhouse Drive. I've spoken on this previously. This is an ill-advised choice of location. There are health issues, there are property value issues, and there are basically ambiance issues of that area. A 15-story cell phone tower is completely inappropriate for that spot. It will change the whole character of the neighborhood. There are other spots. I'm not against cell phone towers, just the location. Down Colbert, there are a lot of other spots, more out of the way, less intrusive, less likely to be harmful, that can be looked at here. I don't know why this spot was chosen initially. There was an attempt, as we all know, a couple of years ago for another cell phone tower on the golf course. That was defeated. I'm sure that you have heard a lot of opposition to this cell phone tower. I have previously invited the entire city council and yourself, Mr. Mayor, to come see things from my eyes. I feel I am the most affected by it. The city manager, Ms. Bevins, has told me, which I already know, that I am less than 300 feet from this proposal. This thing will loom over all of us. This thing will hurt any type of the property values of the home, and there is no reason for this to be put up there. They need a special exemption. We certainly ask the powers that be here to not grant that special exemption. This has been going on since June, July. We'd like to see some resolution. We'd like to see a no answer. And beyond that, some other issues I just felt I needed to say regarding this new Wawa that's going to go up. There was no public input about that. This is an entirely duplicate of the racetrack that's existing there. It's laughable to say that there is not going to be more existing traffic on a one-lane road connecting the Palm Coast Parkways. Lastly, the new firehouse seems to be going up on 10 acres at my entrance. And regarding that, all I want to ask is, I'm not against the fire department, but what are you going to do with the old firehouse? What is going to go up there? A 7-Eleven? A Burger King? You really have to look at these developments. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I have the same issues. My name is Celia Puglisi, 31 Carson Lane, Palm Coast. Happy New Year to everybody, and welcome to the new council, ladies. And I hope you really pay attention to what our pleas are for years. Okay, I'm here with the same issues as Mr. Joe Ronak, but I'm going to speak about something different now, given an incident that could have killed 4 ladies walking yesterday early evening, a little dark, in Cooper Lane. There was a presentation. Cooper Lane is one of the many residential roads, very narrow, very curvy, where 2 mid-sized cars cannot pass each other going opposite directions without hitting mailboxes. We have Casper, Cooper, and many more, many more. It's not your fault, but you are approving growth without consideration for our safety, okay? I stopped and 3 more cars stopped. So we luckily, they didn't have any of the maniacs that drive around killing people, all right? So there was a presentation from the city and regarding the streets in December, whatever, and they compare us to, they might accept the studies of the state of Iowa. I got into the state of Iowa, the city of Ames, 66,500, around 500 inhabitants. All the pictures they show on their plans for roads, they all have sidewalks. They all have lights, okay? Now, this council is responsible, and the planners back of me, and the community development are responsible for any growth here to start doing sidewalks and lights, or at least sidewalks. The sanctuary was approved after the year 2000 at the end of Cimarron without you or the past administration asking the developer to contribute to a life-saving sidewalk on Cimarron. Don't please come and tell me that we don't have the right to take the loan in front of some people that don't want to take it for a sidewalk. It's the right of way. It's life-saving. If you came to my right of way this last week and destroyed all my right of way, approving your Metronet plans for all of us, which I don't oppose, you might as well destroy my right of way and for a safety sidewalk. You do not fund, you need to ask for grants for sidewalks. You need to approve, Mr. Alfin, I think you are not crazy about these speed humps on Florida Park Drive that will slow and divert the traffic. You see, you closed Forest Grove up north that had 5,400 cars. In 2015, you closed it. It's a waste, that road. And you send all the 5,400 cars to Florida Park Drive and the other streets. Then you need to put life-saving, whether you like them or not, whether the AMS or the fire department likes it or not. We need to have those speed humps or a speed life-saving. I'm asking the 2 new councilmen, please do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Bruce Stone, Cimarron Drive. Mayor, as we've been communicating, unfortunately, I can't get a hold of anyone at Ormond Beach, but hopefully they'll return very shortly. We have been now discussing 2 years about traffic on various streets. Cimarron, the Frontier, the other F section. It's just taking you too long. If you go to Environment National Safety, they recommend speed cushions, speed tables, and they will tell you it does not slow down emergency vehicles. They adjust it for the wheelbase. It doesn't cause gas problems. How many people are going to die in this city because they get hit by a car? And doesn't it worry you that that person will turn around and sue City Council for lack of any action? 2 years. It doesn't take this long. Just doesn't take this long. And for an engineer from your department to send me an email, there's no problems on Cimarron, shame on him. Should be terminated immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. I'd like to say Al Cryer was quite a warrior for his community, his neighborhood. He was really trying to get some safety implemented in his neighborhood. Like a lot of residents, they're trying to get safety in their neighborhood. And we take studies and we put those studies and try to fit them possibly to a residential area that study really doesn't apply to. Florida has traffic calming procedures and policies at FDOT, and many cities in Florida have adopted those traffic calming methods within their cities, and they can't be all that bad. We've tried to make them bad so that we don't have to do them. So that's my assumption, okay? As far as the Wawa project, I would challenge the city to go back to at least 2013, pull all the newspaper articles about the complaints of traffic on Florida Park Drive. Why have those complaints sort of disappeared? They've been ignored. That's why they disappeared. The traffic hasn't gone less, it's gone more. So if the city gets where they just completely ignores people, naturally they're not going to come up and start complaining anymore. They just don't. Read the articles, Go back 2013, pull all the emails about anybody that complained about traffic on Florida Park Drive. See how many you got. Because you're going to find that there was a tremendous amount, and there still are a lot of people on Florida Park Drive that complain about the traffic. It's not just the speeding, it's also a health issue to the people over there. Close proximity traffic to homes is a health issue. Prolonged exposure to traffic fumes and traffic dust is a health issue. It's not just a speeding issue. So the people on Florida Park Drive needs help. But I'm asking you, go back and do the research since 2013 about how many people have been complaining about Florida Park Drive. Look at the traffic count back at 2013. Look at the traffic count now. Do you think it has reduced any? No. So I just ask you, do the research. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Morning, Mayor Elfin, Chip Howden, 29 Osprey Circle, Palm Coast. I brought with me this morning my tax bill, which carries the standard city rate of 4.61 mils. And I know from looking at some of the budget information that part of the general fund is usually transferred into street and road maintenance, which includes residential streets in most of Palm Coast, but not where I live. I happen to live in a community development district. We own and maintain the roads, but the city uses our roads regularly for meter reading, inspections, permitting, emergency services, and solid waste collection. I also have my monthly bill for utilities, which includes the standard rate of $29.97 for solid waste collection. In that solid waste collection, there is usually a pickup on 1 day a week for excess yard waste by a very limited amount. I think it's 2 cubic yards of things like leaves and small limbs. The city used to have in its contract with Waste Pro an agreement to pick up excess waste after hurricanes. That, I understand, has gone away. The city no longer has that, and I understand after Ian, the city used its crews to pick up excess waste. However, the city denied our district picking up excess yard waste from the homeowners for the mere apparent reason that we own and maintain our roads. I don't see that as reasonable. I see it as political, and I'd just like to know what kind of comment to take back to the other 3,000 registered voters in my district. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. City Manager, you have a note to follow up. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, George Mayo, Palm Coast, and Happy New Year to everybody. The city has their Lunch and Learn seminars at the community center that my wife and I regularly attend. And this past week, you had Carol Minnie, the city arborist there. I just want to thank the city for doing these lunch and lectures. They're very informative. Carol Minnie was there answering everybody's questions, giving good information. I just am happy that the city has her under the employ, knowing we have such a good employee there, and she is, to me, invaluable the way she answered mine and everybody else's questions. While I was there, I tried to call a friend of mine who lives off the end of Colbert in the C-section over there to see if he was making the meeting. By the way the crow flies, that's less than a half mile away. I tried to call him, the call would not go through. I was at CVS the week before down on Belterre Parkway. I live down just south of Target, about 6 miles away from there. Tried to call my wife concerning a prescription, the call dropped. So to say that cell service is at best spotty and at worst semi-ridiculous is an understatement. Next to me on my street is a vacant lot. I know I live by the airport, so it wouldn't happen. But if the city wanted to buy that and put up a cell tower near my house, that would be fine with me if it would increase cell phone service. I know the city is always trying to get corporations and companies moving here. We have our own internet, we want them to hook up. But what if a city looks at it and says, oh, that's a good idea, but our employees and our businesses can't use our cell phones because there's very limited cell service. I think cell service is a very important thing to look at. So I would hope that you approve the cell tower over there. And, you know, everybody wants better cell service. You can put it somewhere else, but NIMBY raises its ugly head again. And concerning Waste Pro, I know we've gone in a different direction with a new company. As far as our section is concerned, Waste Pro has done an excellent job. And I just hope that if the new company coming in doesn't do such a good job that they are, we can always look back and go back to Waste Pro, because in our whole neighborhood, there has never been a problem. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close this portion of the agenda for public comment And we will move to the section for minutes. I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the City Council workshop of December 13th, 2022. The December 13th, I can combine these, can I? December 13th, 2022 business meeting, and the January 10th, 2023 workshop. Can I have a motion for those minutes, please?
I'll make that motion.
Vice Mayor's made a motion to approve the minutes as presented, and I have a second from Councilman Clufus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We'll move now to, we have two proclamations this morning, and they have a thread of connectivity to them. So I'm going to ask Councilperson Pontieri to join me at the dais. The proclamations that you'll hear this morning are at a level of seriousness that really demand all of our attention, all of our interest, all of our engagement, everything about us. I know when Councilperson Pontieri delivers her proclamation, I'll share with you that it hits very close to home. It is as much about my family as anything I can think of. But please listen to what we say this morning. This is that time of the year when we can all make a decision to help others through these trying times. The proclamation, whereas under the laws of all 50 United States, the U.S. territories, and the federal government, stalking is considered a crime. And whereas up to 7.5 million people are stalked in a one-year period in the United States, and the majority of victims are stalked by someone they know, with 3 in 4 being killed by an intimate partner. And whereas many stalking victims lose time from work and are forced to protect themselves by changing identities, relocating, or obtaining protection orders. And whereas there is a need for greater public awareness about the nature and criminality of stalking, as communities can better combat the crime by adopting multidisciplinary responses from local agencies and by providing better victim services. And whereas locally, the Flagler County Advocate Alliance, comprised of the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, Flagler Beach Police Department, Florida State Attorney, and Family Life Center victim advocates, are working together to increase public understanding of this problem and mobilize community efforts to and end stalking. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Palm Coast Mayor and City Council do declare January 2023 as Stalking Awareness Month, and applaud the efforts of our victim service providers, sheriff's deputies, prosecutors, community organizations, and private sector supporters for their efforts in promoting awareness about stalking. Signed by myself this day. Would you all come up and join us? These are the volunteers and the experts in the area that I just proclaimed and that Ms. Pontieri will proclaim next. Trish, would you like to wait, say something at the end? Okay, good. So, if you would.
To lower the mic here. Thank you, Mayor. The second proclamation. Whereas human trafficking is defined as a recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas human trafficking is an annual $32 billion global criminal enterprise and is not only a crime but also a civil and human rights violation. And whereas trafficking human beings is a modern form of the oldest and most barbaric type of exploitation that has no place anywhere across the world, in our great nation, or the city of Palm Coast. And whereas locally, the Flagler County Advocates Alliance, comprised of the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, Flagler Beach Police Department, Florida State Attorney, and Family Life Center victim advocates, all working together to increase public understanding of human trafficking and to mobilize community efforts to end this unspeakable offense. And whereas January is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, observed on January 11th in municipalities across the country in order to educate the public and raise awareness about human trafficking. And whereas the City of Palm Coast has a strong commitment to social justice. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Palm Coast Mayor and City Council do hereby declare January 2023 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month and pledge to do all in our power to end the horrific practice of human trafficking that plagues innocent victims, not only around the world, but also in our neighborhoods. Signed by our Mayor, David Alphin.
Offer you these proclamations.
Oh, thanks.
I wanted to thank all of you ladies for coming today and all that you do. And just before you speak, just to reinforce the seriousness of what we're talking about, human trafficking is done by the same folks that bring you the drug cartels, except it's worse. And I'll tell you why it's worse. It's worse because the victims of human trafficking are by and large children. So there is not a more, what's the word I'm thinking of? Heinous or innocent or another group that is less able to defend themselves than these victims of human trafficking. They have found a way to extort the most precious and valuable resource and the most defenseless people in our entire society.
Good morning. My name is Trish Giacconi, and I'm the CEO of the Family Life Center. And we have been in Flagler County for over 35 years. And we have worked together collectively to combat human trafficking, stalking, domestic violence, and dating violence. And although Flagler County and the city of Palm Coast is a beautiful, wonderful place to live, I want you to know that human trafficking happens here. We are testaments to the work that we do right here in this community. So I ask, if you see something, say something, because it is happening in this community. Thank you so much for your support.
Good morning. My name is Shanice, and I'm the Director of Operations at Family Life Center. And I just wanted to share a few things with you this morning. In 2017, Florida was number 7 in the top 10 states with the highest rates for human trafficking. In 2019, we moved to number 3. Yes. Human trafficking is an international, federal, and state crime that continues to be an issue on the rise. But each and every one of us here can be an advocate by being willing to have those difficult conversations, assisting with putting the right policies and laws into place to protect our victims and prevent these actions from happening. Having conversations with our youth about healthy relationships and internet safety, and also continuing to spread awareness. I am so thankful to be here and banding together as a community to fight the great fight. And it is an honor to serve alongside on this journey with all of our law enforcement advocates, community partners, everyone here in our state attorney's office. And we thank you so much from all of Family Life Center.
Oh, okay, so I get to come back up here. So I'm up here because I asked Mayor Alphin for his support in hosting an annual mayor's ball to support victims of domestic violence, dating violence, stalking, and sexual assault within the city of Palm Coast. So hopefully, we will see some of you October 2023 dressed up and in support of victims. Right, Mayor? You got it. Thank you.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, how are you? Hey, Happy New Year. Hey, Happy New Year.
Before we begin today with the council business portion of the meeting, I want to take a moment to discuss city council processes relating to approval or denial of items presented to council at all business meetings. For each workshop, city council receives a comprehensive overview of each item. At that time, it is council's opportunity to provide opinions and ask questions for each item. Just as a reminder, items that are quasi-judicial in nature will require council to base their decisions on only what is presented at the scheduled public hearings conducted at the scheduled business meetings. The purpose of a business meeting is for council to review and weigh all of the evidence and take action with decisions based on all information presented both at the prior workshop and today. And with that, we will go to ordinances of first read, number 4. If council would read the item into the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is a rezoning application number 5132. Rezoning application number 5132 for the Harborside MPD, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the amendment of the official zoning map as established in Section 2.06 of the City of Palm Coast Unified Land Development Code, amending the official zoning map for 17.64 plus or minus acres from certain real property generally located at the east and northeast sides of the intersection between Clubhouse Drive and Palm Harbor Parkway, and being more particularly described in the attached Exhibit A. From Harborside Inn and Marina Planned Unit Development to Master Planned Development Zoning District, approving the Harborside Master Plan Development Agreement, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. City Council members, this is a quasi-judicial matter, and since we have a couple new council members, and this is our first quasi-judicial matter, I'm just going to do a quick procedural overview of how this will go. So typically in quasi-judicial matters, the way we handle things is staff does their presentation first, and then the applicant will do their presentation, and then we will have public comment. And then after public comment, if there's questions that are asked or any closing remarks that the applicant or staff would like to make, they can make those after public comment. Motions on this matter should be held until after the City Council has had the opportunity to hear staff, the applicant, and the public. And that's because when you're considering this matter today, there are a few things that you must abide by. Your decision must be made pursuant to the code and the criteria set in the code. So when you're listening to the testimony today and evidence that's going to be presented, you're going to be, and staff and the applicant will both go through this, will go through the code requirements for a rezoning, and you will have to make the determination as to whether or not what's being presented meets those requirements of the code. You may hear information that's not relevant. In fact, you may hear a lot of information that's not relevant to what you are required to look at, which is the code provisions for rezonings, and the comprehensive plan too, to make sure whatever is being done here is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So procedurally, that's how it will work. Also, the Florida statutes now require, well, it's required this for a while, but there's been a new twist more recently that any motions that are made, or I should say any approvals or denials that are made, it must be stated on the record why whatever item is coming before you on a quasi-judicial matter is approved or why it's denied. So typically, and the statute requires you to reference specific statutes or, not statutes, I'm sorry, ordinances or comp plan provisions that are met or not met in the case of a denial. So with all that being said, as I said before, motions should be made after everything's been heard, and City Council can thereafter have discussion. And I can also assist to make sure that any motion that's made, that it's sufficient to meet what is required by the statute.
Thank you, Counselor.
I have a little bit more.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So also with, this is my last thing here. Since this is a quasi-judicial matter, you're required to put any ex parte communications that you've had on the record, state what that communication is, briefly the contents of that communication, and whether or not it will affect your judgment on the proceeding today. So this would be if you received any emails, telephone calls, if you read anything, or spoke with anybody outside of this proceeding before today, then you would just need to state that for the record. And this is so we can preserve fairness in the proceeding. So with that, I have one more thing. I will ask for disclosure of ex parte communications, but before I do, I just want to state for the record that we'll be implementing, there's been some cases that I've reviewed, and as far as from an evidentiary standpoint, we'll be implementing a swearing in. Many jurisdictions do that to make sure that all evidence or testimony that's put on the record is sworn testimony, and we'll be doing that unless the applicant waives the swearing in of witnesses, which they can do. Then they can't bring it up later for a due process violation, so that's why we have them waive that. So in this case, I've spoken with the applicant's attorney, and they've waived the swearing in, so we will not be doing that for this particular hearing, but we will do that in the future, unless they've waived it. Good. So with that, have there...
Hey, Counselor, just
Yes.
a footnote for the media. So what the process that was just described is an ongoing and regular process for all future quasi-judicial matters, not specific to this one. This is the beginning of the year, and we will move forward with this process going forward.
That's correct, Mayor. And you'll learn more about the quasi-judicial process when we have our workshop meeting on the 31st, where we'll go through the things I've discussed more in depth along with other items. So with that being said, is there anyone that needs to declare any ex parte communications on this matter?
We'll go down the line, please. So, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I've received emails, both sides of this issue, various, and has no effect on my decisions today.
Councilperson Panieri?
I have also received emails and had telephone conversations with people on both sides of the issue, which will not affect my decision-making today.
Okay. I've had multiple communications as well with both sides, and they will not affect my decision-making. I will base my decision-making on the evidence presented at the workshop and presented here today. Councilperson?
I have received emails on this matter, and also I will base my decision based on the information received.
Councilman?
I also received emails, and I responded in the affirmative, just confirming receipt of the materials for both sides of this issue, but none of that will be weighing into my decision that I make today.
Thank you, Councilor. Does that satisfy your requirement?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Very good. And with that, I would ask staff to proceed with their presentation, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it, City Council. Good morning. I am Ray Tyner, the Deputy Chief Development Officer. Prior to us going, I'm just, for the record, going to read in some qualifications of our staff. Again, I'm Ray Tyner. I'm the Deputy Chief Development Officer. I have a bachelor's degree. I started and joined the city in 2002 as their first environmental planner. In 2005, I became the planning manager, and then in 2020, I became the Deputy Chief Development Officer. I have over 20 years of experience of planning, both long range and current planning and site development experience with the city. Also, for the record, there's a little bit more detail on the application I'll give to the clerk for the record. Also with me to my left is Mr. Hoover. He also has a bachelor's degree, and in 1988, he received his master's degree in geography and in planning. And in 1992, he received his American Institute of Certified Planners, his AICP certification. Mr. Hoover has been a professional planner both for the private sector and the public sector for over 30 years. To my right and to your left is Mr. Jose Papa. He has a bachelor's degree as well and also a master's degree in urban planning. In 1996, Mr. Papa received his American Institute of Certified Planners, his AICP certification. Mr. Papa has over 20 years of planning experience. This application is a modification to an existing master plan development, which we call it. It's a type of zoning. Master plan development is a little bit different than our conventional zoning, like we had a rezoning. We have our conventional zonings are typical of commercial 1, commercial 2, commercial 3, multifamily. We call those straight zoning. Our land development code and our comprehensive plan has another little bit unique zoning category called master plan development. And what a master plan development is a zoning that is a negotiated zoning. It does have criteria spelled out in our land development code, but basically, as you see in your package, there's a document that kind of spells out different requirements, may have specific standards that aren't necessarily within our land development code. So what we have before you today is a modification to an existing development agreement that was approved in 2005, and this is a modification to that existing agreement. And it is for the harbor side. And as you see on the screen, it is a property that contains approximately 17.64 acres located on the east and northeast sides of Palm Harbor Parkway at the intersection of Clubhouse Drive. This is a little bit of close-up area. The applicant is JDI Palm Coast, LLC. Again, they want to modify the existing Harborside Inn Marina PUD to Harborside MPD in order to complete an alternative, different development plan of this project. They are requesting 432 homes. There is an existing 72 existing units and 360 new homes and some COM2 commercial uses. This does have quite a bit of background on this property. In 1970s, when ITT developed Palm Coast, there was a 154-room Sheraton Resort hotel with a restaurant, bar, meeting rooms was constructed, and then you had the ship store, the marina, commercial marina with wet slips, bulkhead, fuel cells, one of the only fuel cells that we have in the city of Palm Coast. It was a lot of people who lived in Palm Coast would remember not only the hotel, the Henry's restaurant, you had a bar there. It was very, very popular for the boating community, where you would have visitors that would come down to Florida during the fall. They would dock there, they would eat at the restaurant. It was a special place and a unique place for the city of Palm Coast. In 2005, Syntex Homes bought the property. So in 2005, there was a master plan development agreement, and the idea was to redevelop the project, to demolish it, to rebuild it better and newer. The previous master plan, or the one that's existing, still included the 84-slip commercial marina. It was up to 169 resort condominiums was proposed. A 209-unit Icon Resort is what they called it. condominium hotel, up to 47,000 square feet of hotel and accessory uses. I'm going to read just for a second. This is from the 2005 staff report that was provided to City Council at the time. And they, what it has here is they promote and encourage a creative plan, multi-million-dollar icon resort, included conference and meeting spaces to attract tourists, business guests, thus providing both direct spin-off on economic benefits to city businesses and residents and potential candidates for relocation. So it really did have a lot of those components of, you know, icon resort is what they called it. Ultimately, this plan was approved. Go ahead, next slide, Bill. And there was a somewhat of a modification in 2007 that kept the entitlements. So, you know, as this was developing and going to City Council, and as staff was preparing this staff report at the time, our comp plan still called out a maximum entitlements for residential units of 15 dwelling units per acre and a floor area ratio of 0.55. So that was part of our comp plan. So what could be done to deviate from that, from the land development code? So staff looked into the comprehensive plan. But I want to reiterate on the next slide. I'm going to go, and I apologize, but let me go to the next slide to show from that staff report what the economic benefits were from that original approval of the resort. And this was from the 2005 staff report. The economic inputs of the project were analyzed using the Florida Fiscal Impact Analysis Modeling System developed by Fishkind Associates. The Icon Destination Resort Hotel impacts would create the following, and this is shown in 2005 dollars. $18 million in gross state sales tax receipts to the state over the next 20 years. 450 jobs, with 268 being permanent jobs, and an additional 103 jobs based on indirect impacts, and $17 million in annual employee wages. So it is going to have a really positive impact. So the next slide shows a comprehensive plan policy that we had in our comp plan that allows a project to exceed our standards. You know, like 15 units per acre was the standard. A 0.55 floor area ratio, and that is the measurement of the floor area ratio based on the lot, and that usually is associated with commercial development. So this policy was utilized for that initial approval. And what it says permanent densities and intensities within a MPD, master plan development, shall generally follow those allowed with the corresponding zoning districts associated with the land use designation assigned to the property. Deviations from these densities and intensity standards may be permissible in order to promote and encourage creatively planned projects and in recognition of special geographic features, environmental conditions, economic issues, or other unique circumstances. So clearly, the original and what's existing now approval, staff believed, and City Council at the time in 2000 felt that it met that policy and provided a 22% increase on the floor area ratio for that Icon Resort. So again, the past the floor area ratio, we usually associated with commercial, not residential. This was a mixed-use project. This was going to be an Icon Resort. It was provided a 22% increase on the floor area ratio to provide the plan that they were presenting. So today, what's before you, again, is a modification to that existing, what's existing now, project. And Mr. Hoover will go through the staff report And we're going to bring you back. You're going to hear this policy 1122 and other policies, because that really is one of the bases of our disagreements with the applicant. We agree on a lot of the things of the development agreement, but this is one of the sticking points that we have been trying to resolve. So with this new plan, it's a new plan, it's not a resort, we're not asking for it to be a resort, but Mr. Hoover will come back to 112, but Mr. Hoover will have the majority of the staff report.
So let me, if you're not a planner or a civil engineer or attorney, you might not have heard of floor area ratio. It's like one of those terms you learn in the first year of planning. And it's really, so if you, it's the gross floor area of a, it could be a commercial building based on the lot size. So if you have a lot size of 100,000 square foot and you have a 25,000 square foot building, you take that 25,000 divided by 100,000 and it comes up to 0.25. If the building has a second floor, the same size, now it's got 50,000 square feet of building area on a 100,000 square foot lot. So going back to the city standards, we would allow 55,000 square foot of building area on a 100,000 square foot lot. In the previous PUDs back in 05 and 07 allowed a 22% increase up to 62% so that they could increase this a little bit larger. So this is the future land use map from the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. So the mixed use district there shown in red, it allows a wide variety of uses. And so the uses, you can even have light industrial uses in the mixed use district as well as single family. So what you have to do is look at compatibility issues to make sure those work. So the subject site in the property to the south, going clear down to the Hammock Dunes Bridge, is mixed use. To the west and northwest and to the north, that's all in yellow, and that's shown as residential. Across the intercoastal waterway, that's a Flagler County designation, and it's mixed use, low intensity, and that's shown in the light purple color. The projects with MFR2, so if you're in a straight rezoning district, multifamily residential 2, you can see on this chart from the comprehensive plan, you're allowed 12 units per acre. If you go down to, let's say, just above that multifamily residential 1, you get 8 units per acre. And then when we go down to the bottom, we can see if you do multifamily units in a master plan development, you get 15 units per acre. Additionally, if you could see that 0.55 floor area ratio if you're doing commercial uses in there. This is the zoning map. So you can see there's a lot of master plan development there. That's in the dark blue. So the subject site, lands to the north and south are also master plan development, as well as to the northwest. Directly to the west in the dark brown color is multifamily residential 1. And as you get a little further away, you can see in the caramel color, single family residential 2. Across the intercoastal waterway, you can see that that's designated Flagler County PUD, which is basically a master plan development. It's just they have their own designation. Staff added these yellow lines to help explain things a little bit. And this is the applicant's, it's a colored, I think they labeled it their initial mixed-use conceptual plan. So this was at the neighborhood meeting back several months ago now. And so it was handed out there. Later, it was provided to staff before the September 20th Planning Board. So on here, we can see that lots 1, that includes the 84 wet slips out in the marina and the ship store. The lot 2 actually includes sort of the south half of the ship store, and it was also shown as a restaurant on this map. Lot 3, which is the southwest of the marina, is for a hotel that had I think they're showing 125 keys on here, or 125 rooms. And then multifamily, it shows 200 multifamily units. Over on lot 5 to the east of the marina is 30 townhomes. And then lot 6, you can see the existing condominium units. That's in the southeast corner of the site. So the total site is 17.64 acres. We'll get into this a little bit later, but the Land Development Code requires, if you have a mixed-use project, that lands that are specifically designated non-residential, which in this case would be the marina and ship store, those are need to be dropped off or subtracted from the land area for the designation. So the actual, though lot 1 and 2 is about 0.7 acres, so the actual net area here for residential uses is about 17 acres. If you take the proposed 432 units, divide it by the 17 acres, it comes out to about 25.5 units per acre. So I'm showing you some aerial views to give you a picture of what's around this project. So this is a Marina Cove. This is a picture looking, aerial view looking to the south. So at the top of the screen, you could see some of the boat slips on the subject property. You can also see that Marina Cove has a density of 7.8 units per acre. There's 110 units on there, and they also have a fairly large marina there, and that's just for their residents. Bella Harbor is located directly northwest of the site on the north side of the canal and the west side of Palm Harbor Parkway. Here you can see 42 units on about 4 acres, and it's about 10.5 units per acre. That's the most intense one around here. This property is located directly west. It's called Waterside Condominiums. There's 39 units, and these are at about 7.6 units per acre. They also have wet slips for their residents. So if we look at the comparison of the density around here, we have Marina Cove to the north at 7.8 units per acre. Bella Harbor at 10.5. Directly to the west at 7.6 is Waterside. To the south, this is sort of a quasi residential use, Celebrity Resorts. That's a timeshare that was developed at 5.2 units per acre. To the east, across the canal, we got the density from Flagler County Community Development. That's at 6.7 units per acre, and it's called Flagler County's Harbor Village Marina. So for the 2 new council members, you probably get tired a few years from hearing about section 2.0505 of the Land Development Code, because this is the key criteria for every project that requires a development order, like rezoning. that comes before you. So when reviewing a development order application, the approval authority shall determine whether sufficient factual data was presented in order to render a decision. The decision to issue a development order shall be based upon the following, including but not limited to: the proposed development must not be in conflict with or contrary to the public interest. It also needs to be consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the provisions of the Land Development Code. C, the proposed development must not impose a significant financial liability or hardship for the city. The proposed development must not create an unreasonable hazard, nuisance, or constitute a threat to the general health, welfare, or safety of the city's inhabitants, and the proposed development must comply with all other applicable local, state, and federal government laws, statutes, ordinances, regulations, etc. So staff's findings on these 5 criteria are that they're asking for 432 homes over the actually be about 16.94 acres of the, after we take out the 7/10 of an acre on lot 1 and 2, so that density is 25 and a half. And this proposed density of 25 and a half exceeds the maximum density of 15 units per acre for a master plan development within the mixed-use designation, as I showed you on that table, on the future land use map, which is policy 1112. The master plan development is also not consistent with policy 1122, which Mr. Tyner read through, which may permit deviations from density intensity standards if there's something very unique and special about this project. The project as proposed also does not meet goal 1.1 of the comprehensive plan, as in staff's opinion, it does not preserve the character of residential communities. It's also not in compliance with Land Development Code section 3.0304, as it does not show it will provide a functional, enduring, and desirable environment with no significant adverse impacts to adjacent properties. It also does not meet section 3.0304B2, as it does not encourage a more, it does meet the compatible part, I'm sorry, it does meet the, it does not meet the compatible and harmonious development of contiguous lands. It also is out of compliance with section 30304D, as it exceeds the density that is permitted in the comprehensive plan for a master plan development within a mixed-use district. So in addition to those 5 key standards, when we look at a master plan development, there's about a dozen standards in there, and I just pulled out a couple. They do meet the majority of these. In staff's opinion, there's a significant question on whether they meet C and D. C states that the degree of departure of the proposed development from surrounding areas in terms of character and density and intensity and the compatibility within the development and relationship with surrounding neighborhoods. The requested maximum density for the master plan development of at least 25 and a half dwelling units per acre, and the potential impact from a density that is 3 times greater than the average density of the surrounding projects is inconsistent with these. The master plan development also shows that 330 new homes are planned on lots 3 and 4, and that's only about a 4.1 acre site. There was 2 planning board meetings on this. The first one was on September 20th. Staff recommended denial, and the planning board voted to continue the project date certain to October 19th and requested that staff and the applicant get together to see if they could agree on more terms in the master plan development agreement. The minor differences were agreed on between the 2 parties, except for the major issue of density. Went back to the planning board on October 19th, and the members voted unanimously to recommend denial of the project to the city council by a 7-0 vote. The getting into a little more detail on the residential density, in early October, the staff sent the applicant some proposed development standards that would make the project, in staff's opinion, a true mixed-use project with citywide benefits, and allow staff to support an increase from 254 units to 310 units and increase the density to 18.3 units per acre. So the 22% increase in density, you can see it goes from 15 to 18.3, would be consistent with the previous PUD approval, which would make the project equivalent in nature to the details that Mr. Tyner pointed out back in 2005 and 2007. So at that time, the floor area ratio for the commercial portion of that project was based on 55%. They got a 22% bump to 67%, and that was due to the commercial project having a destination resort hotel with numerous benefits for city residents, so it met that policy 1.1.2.2 of the comprehensive plan, which states deviations from these density and intensity standards may be permissible in order to promote and encourage creatively planned projects and in recognition of special geographical features, environmental conditions, economic issues, or other unique circumstances. And Mr. Tyner's going to go through these 8 standards with that staff proposed to the applicant, which would allow us to support that increase in density.
So City Council, as Mr. Hoover illustrated, it's clearly a different project, a different plan than what the initial development agreement stated. So in our code, again, just to reiterate, but in our 2008 code, under our master plan developments in 30304, the maximum gross residential density or non-residential intensity permitted with any proposed master plan development, this is what this is, shall not exceed the density or intensity permitted within the comprehensive plan future land use map category where the particular master plan development is proposed. So here we go. We have a new plan. We can exceed the 15 units per acre. This is a predominantly residential product, so we're going to use density. Our comp plan calls for 15 units per acre. Our land development code calls for 15 dwelling units per acre. So what do we rely on to exceed that as far as staff? So when the planning board reverted us back to work with the applicant, what city staff proposed to them, in our minds, we're trying to think and trying to work with the applicant, what makes this not a marina cove? What makes this not a canopy walk? What makes this a little bit different than any other project, okay? We have only used 1122, the comp plan policy, one time since our comp plan was approved, and that was for this project, for the Icon Resort, what they called. So city staff, we went back, we came up with 8 standards and said, look, we believe if you can meet these standards, then we would increase your density by 22%. Why 22%? Why not 25%? Why not 26%, right? So that question is, the reason we picked 22%, that was the precedent, that was what was approved for this project from the initial development agreement, to increase the intensity by 22%. So if you meet these 8 standards, we would also increase your density by 22%, which would go from 15 units per acre to 18.3. That was our logic. Again, if you read the policy, it doesn't give you a percent. It is a fairly debatable policy, but that's where staff and our, the history and the 22, and that's where we came up with that number. Y'all, I just thought you should realize that and know that. So the first standard to make it a bona fide mixed use was, construct a sit-down restaurant on lots 1, 2, or 3 that would have a minimum of 4,000 square feet of gross floor area and at least 75 seats for patrons, constructed prior to exceeding 15 units per acre. A standard 2, you have a tired ship store, so remodel or construct a new ship store that may include also the sit-down restaurant, that maybe a mixed-use building that would provide them more area for residential units. Standard 3, keep the marina open, including fuel cells, to the public. So this is the only, that I know of, the only place for our citizens, and it's used quite a bit, to do fuel cells, and that is something that's very unique that would meet that policy. And also include 25% wet slips available for the restaurant. If they do construct a restaurant, to be able to have boats to be able to come in, maybe a few slips. That is unique to Palm Coast. We do not have anywhere where you can take a boat and sit down and enjoy a meal. Standard 4 and 6, if the owner decides to sell the marina, the city shall have the first right of refusal. I know that's a big policy decision. The intent of city staff was to try to keep this as a commercial marina, that it won't revert back to just a residential marina. Again, this is a mixed-use development. The commercial component is very, very important for the city. It has been, and it's also complies with 1122. Maintain a clean marina designation. That was a requirement of the initial development agreement. They do a great job of having a clean marina designation. All we're asking here is maintain it. There's standards to maintain it. And this one, if you look at the picture, you can see a kayak there, and if you look real hard, you can see that there is a boat ramp that's there. It's already existing. What staff is asking or proposing is, can you please keep that, that in the future, that may be able to be utilized for emergency purposes. If we have a hurricane, or we really have limitations on access to the intercoastal waterway. So we weren't saying to keep this open for the public. This would just be for emergency services only, to keep that access. Standard number 7, this standard, if you see on the screen, there's a candy cane color. My mouse can try to move this. It's here. I have to use this screen. Let me try to move this. There we go. You see that candy cane color? That is an existing pathway that the members of the public, as you know, the Intercoastal Waterway Canal trail is utilized by our bikers, our citizens, and then they can go through this area, and this is kind of the end of the trail. So the initial development agreement provides that to be open to the public. Now, during the first development agreement, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because they were going to have what they called an icon resort. They were going to have hotels. They're going to have restaurants. So the idea there was to keep that open to the public, so, our citizens can walk, go to the restaurant, what have you. The people who are in the hotel can enjoy our intercoastal waterway trail. So what we are proposing here, because it's a different product, as Mr. Hoover illustrated, you have the existing condo unit, and then right to the north, you're going to have the townhouse product. So it really doesn't make sense to have members of the public going in somebody's backyard. So what we proposed is that we would relocate this. By the way, it's not in the development agreement, so if this is passed, this goes away anyway. But the idea was to, they can gate this off and then reconstruct another trail that goes on the side of the property, not in people's backyards, provide an easement, construct this trail where it would connect to the public right-of-way, and our citizens and the people who are utilizing the trail can have great access to that public amenity without interfering with the development in the backyard of that. And then standard number 8, as I mentioned before, that people used to utilize the marina. We do have a lot of boat traffic, especially in the fall and the springtime when people are coming to Palm Coast and going away to Palm Coast. What we proposed was just a little a sign on the intercoastal waterway welcoming our visitors from out of state, maybe in-state, that are going down the highway of the intercoastal waterway that could see welcome the Palm Coast sign, and that sign could be blended with their sign as well to allow them to have a sign on the intercoastal waterway. So, Mr. Hoover is going to take it back and go through some of these standards. Again, just want to reiterate that policy 1122 is really where staff and the applicant are kind of at crossroads of trying to figure out what the density should be on this comprehensive plan policy. What they proposed was more of, and Bill will go over this, but more of a menu type. You do this, you get these many units. Staff's position is, you do all these, then we'll go for the 22% increase to the 18.3. But Mr. Hoover.
Okay, so if we look at the second column there, so the master plan development base density, we all agree, staff including, that the project is compatible at the 15 units per acre, which would allow them 254 units after we subtract that little acreage out for lots 1 and 2 where the ship store was. And so that shows 15 units per acre. So on staff's proposal, they would get an extra 56 units if they met those 8 standards, which would include a 3.3 units per acre bump. So the applicant basically came back with an a la carte menu that said, we like the idea of what you're proposing, but we want the standards to be a lot more lenient, and then instead of a 22% bump on increase, they requested a 70% bump. And so to meet this bump, you could see that if they just did a restaurant, they would get 50 units, and that would almost be the 56 that staff was saying for all 8 standards. And additionally, you can see that if they remodeled the ship store, it'd be 25 more units. And for each, number 3, each wet slip, they provided outside of use for their residents at the hotel or condominium, whatever, then they would get 25 extra units for each wet slip that was preserved for, let's say, a neighbor wanted to rent one of the slips on an ongoing basis, that type of thing, or use for the restaurant. We get back to, anyway, if we look at number 8, for instance, they would get a total of 50 additional units just for providing an area for a sign and then constructing that sign. So that's not what we had in mind was not a real expensive sign. So to give you an idea, you could see if they did what staff was proposing, they would get 1,029 units. And they said, well, obviously, they stated that they would cap that at 432 units, but it gives you an idea how easy it would be for them to go beyond the 56 units that staff was proposing to get, to go way beyond that to a 70% increase instead of a 22% increase. So since the October 19th Planning Board, when the Planning Board recommended denial to City Council, the applicant has turned in 3 revised master plan development agreements. These were dated, one in October, one in November, and another in December. Staff reviewed each of these. They're fairly similar to what the standards I just showed you in the previous table. Staff did not find any of these proposals rectifying the issues on why the Planning Board recommended denial.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hoover, and it should be noted too that what staff is presenting, because we followed the process that went to the Planning Board, and the Planning Board make a recommendation. So what you're seeing as far as our presentation is the Planning Board package, and that's what we're presenting because that's what went to Planning Board.
So in summary, the staff finds that the absent the conditions that create a special project such as a destination resort hotel with amenities such as the marina, sit-down restaurant, or conference space, or the 8 standards that staff suggested, then the project does no longer permit the densities or intensities that go above the 15 units per acre. And as proposed by the applicant, if you read closely into the master plan development agreement, the project is actually more typical of neighboring multifamily residential projects that have a marina or wet slip. So I showed you those 4 neighboring projects that have Marina Cove has a restaurant, I'm sorry, a marina with wet slips there, and is additionally the one across the intercoastal did. The other 2 have wet slips. So this project is 3 times the density of that. And there's only one rezoning in Palm Coast that has a density above 12 units per acre, and that's called Tuscan Reserve, which is at 15 units per acre. The one of the things I think you'll see from the applicant is that there was 209 hotel rooms that were approved in the previous under floor area ratio. So we use floor area ratio. So for instance, some of these hotels we have in town, they might be on a 3-acre site and they got 120 rooms there. So we don't call those residential units. So that's actually 40 rooms per acre. So the applicant, you're going to see, it's going to be telling us all along that the hotel rooms were actually residential units. And another example that we use floor area ratio is a project that came to, I believe, City Council back in 2019, the Azure Assisted Living Facility. So that facility has, I believe, around 23 units per acre. They call them units, but they were actually rooms. But in the staff report, we sort of use those 2 terms interchangeably, and then we also say how many beds. So, however, with that COM2 zoning, if they came in to rezone that and change those rooms in the ALF over to apartments, we wouldn't be able to support that because now we're changing things and we're looking at residential density, no longer floor area ratio. So floor area ratio is really used for assisted living facilities and hotels. So at the second, it's like we jumped ahead here. If the city council approved this, there would be a second hearing on this, then it's penciled in for February 7th, 2023. If the master plan development is approved, it would return during the planning board meeting for an intended subdivision master plan. And then if they ask for any site plan with over 100 multifamily units, that would come back to the planning board for a site plan review and recommendation to the city council, and the city council would make that final determination. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board recommended denial to city council to rezone the 17.64 acres from the old Harborside Inn and Marina PUD to Harborside Master Plan Development. In addition to the planning board's recommendation of denial, the planning staff recommends that the city council deny the master plan development application number 5132 to rezone 17.64 acres from Harborside Inn and Marina PUD to Harborside MPD for the reasons outlined in detail in the staff report and presentation, and because it is not in compliance with the following required 6 provisions: Comprehensive Plan Goal 1.1 and policies 1.1.1.2 and 1.1.2.2 in Land Development Code sections 3.0304, 3.0304B2, and 3.0304D. The applicant's team is present and they do have a PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, gentlemen. A very thorough job.
Mayor, if I may, real quick, I just want to, so City Council, I did my opening and told you about the criteria that you'll be considering today. Staff went through the criteria in section 2.05.05. In the staff report, staff has also gone through the criteria in section 2.9.04 of the LDC, which is also required specifically for an MPD agreement. And that analysis is in the agenda, pages 77 to 79, and in your staff report, pages 8 through 10. So it's those 2 sections, and I'm sure Jay will touch on it too in his presentation.
Before the applicant begins, that's been a tremendous amount of information. Is there any specific questions or detail or information that you would like to ask staff at this point before we move to the applicant's presentation? Anything? Not enough for discussion purposes, any data information that you care to ask at this point?
I have one question. Do you have a total number of units that was previously approved for in 2005 and 2007? For clarification, the residential
For
units.
the ordinance number,
No, how many units?
How many residential units were
it was
previously?
169 residential units and 209 hotel condo rooms.
Hotel rooms or residential condo?
It was 209 hotel rooms and then 169 residential units. So they were specifically separated.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification.
And if I may, this is the first time that I think I've seen the a la carte type format where you're willing to work with the developer if they accomplish X goals, that we're able to deviate a certain amount. Is that pretty standard in the negotiations that the city has with developers? Or is that something, since they're looking for an excess of what we're currently allow, that that's kind of how we divvy out what we're willing to exceed by?
No, this is very unique. We haven't been presented, to my knowledge, before, an a la carte type.
Gotcha. Scenario. First time I had seen it. Thank you.
And gentlemen, just a kind of a historical note for me, a reference point. The comprehensive plan policies that you're drawing from were originally approved in approximately what year?
2004.
2004, so that makes them how many years old?
Yeah.
2000, so 20 years old, 20, give or take 20 years. And there have been some or no updates, amendments, or changes to it?
There has been periodic updates to the comp plan, but not for this specific policy.
Okay. And the formulation of the comprehensive plan, that's when it was approved. Was it in process for some number of years in advance of that, I believe?
Yeah, after it was approved, it was implemented in 2004 once it was
So
approved.
it was in the works for a number of years, a quarter of a century ago?
After,
Right,
yes.
okay,
after
very good.
2004.
Okay. Sorry, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jay Livingston. I'm with Livingston and Sword, 391 Palm Coast Parkway, Southwest number 1. That's 32137 in Palm Coast. I'm actually really excited to be here before you today with this project, notwithstanding some of the issues we still have with staff related to application of the comprehensive plan policies. I was hired by JDI Palm Coast in 2017 to work on this project, and we've been working with the city, with staff since that time to find a plan, find a project that works for this site. After a lot of different plans, an application that was actually submitted, neighborhood meetings that were held, and the information that we learned, we ultimately settled on this current plan because, one, it actually works for the site. It will maintain some of the components that the staff is concerned about, particularly the marina, because of the cost of operating and maintaining that facility. And we believe, contrary to staff's conclusions, that it's actually more compatible than what was proposed in the original PUD because of what was reflected in the surrounding residential uses. Before I get into the presentation, I want to make sure there's a couple of items in the record. First and foremost, we understand that staff presented the staff report that was presented to Planning Board because that's what went before Planning Board. But the section 10 that's attached to the staff report, as was noted by staff, is not what's before you today. We provided a copy of the MPD on December 16th with revisions that has a very different section 10. I spoke to the clerk when I arrived this morning because I wasn't sure how that was given to you all, and I believe that you received the revised and final version of the MPD sometime Friday night. So I printed out just that section from the MPD agreement that was sent to you all, and I have that to give to you so you have that to reference so there's no confusion as to what we're talking about. This particular section 10 does not have an a la carte option. It is 9 conditions, all of which have to be met. There's one condition, the only condition that's is quote-unquote optional is slips for the restaurant because the restaurant is a required use on one lot. And so if the restaurant is on that lot, then we will provide slips. If the restaurant is not on that lot, then nothing's on that lot because it's the only permitted use, or it's the first use that has to be permitted before any other uses are allowed, as stated in the MPD. So I have that for you. I also have the traffic letter from our traffic engineer for the numbers that were presented to the Planning Board and in our PowerPoint presentation. This is the actual engineer's report that those numbers are based on. I have an excerpt of a 57-page set of plans that's on, this is from the city's database, of the parking garage that just shows its size because it's relevant to the application of the policy. And with permission from Mr. Blose, the chamber has done an economic analysis which he will be speaking to during public comment, but I printed out some color copies for you all. I spoke to him about that, and he's fine with me handing those to you now. So I'm going to hand those out so you have those to reference, and then we'll get started on the presentation.
Pass them to the clerk.
For the record, City Council, the latest version of the MPD agreement from the applicant starts on page 96 of the agenda.
Okay, so before we get into the PowerPoint, I just want to make sure that we're clear on a couple of items. There are some statements in the staff report that, again, that was what was presented to planning boards. I just want to avoid confusion. First of all, what we're proposing, as is stated clearly in section 10, is we're proposing a 264-unit MPD with the option of increasing density if those conditions are met. That's what's stated in the MPD. So we do intend to meet those conditions, but I do want to make sure it's clear in terms of how the MPD is presented, that it, as presented, meets the intent of the comp plan as far as base density permission. What's permitted is the base density under the comp plan with the option of expanding that if certain conditions as outlined in section 10 are met. There was a statement in the staff report about how it's, I think the exact quote was, as proposed within Lot 3, the proposed MPD development shows the likelihood of developing a very high number of multifamily units with other more unlikely options being townhouses or a hotel and or a restaurant. That's not true. Lot 5 of the MPD only allows townhouses. So it's a big percentage of the acreage on the property is Lot 5, and that's the portion that's closest to the Intercoastal Waterway. That was specifically designed after interacting with the public and staff, and particularly the existing condominium residents on the site, to ensure that we don't create any massing issues, affect views, and keep the water side a little less dense. So townhouses are not unlikely. They were the only thing that can be built on that portion of the property. Restaurants also are not unlikely unless there's no restaurant operator that wants to build a restaurant on Lot 2, because Lot 2 is specifically set aside for a restaurant. Other uses as specified in Lot 1 are allowed, but only if a restaurant is built, and that's very clear in the MPD. We're confused, and that's fine, because we've had a lot of discussions with staff, and a lot of things have been traded back and forth as far as different versions of the MPD. But this concern about this becoming a solely residential project with no mixed-use component and a completely private marina really makes no sense to us, because one, Lot 2 has to be a restaurant. Lot 1 is specifically non-residential uses. The marina is existing. It's a commercial marina. And the MPD at section 5, this particular language with a couple of minor tweaks over the years has been in place since we originally submitted an application years ago. And it very clearly says that the owner represents to the city that the owner has the bona fide and good faith present intent to maintain the marina, ship store, dockmaster office, fueling and pump out facility as a viable economic enterprise into the foreseeable economic future. Further, the owner recognizes the significance and importance of the marina facilities to the citizens of the city, the general public, and the historic maritime community of users of the marina facilities. This owner shall use commercial and reasonable efforts to operate and maintain the marina facilities in good working order and condition. The owner may replace or relocate the existing ship store and dockmaster facility on Lot 1 and or Lot 2, which are set aside. So for those purposes, Lot 2 being only if the restaurant is built. That way we can integrate those uses. So I want to make sure it's clear, there is no intention to make this marina a private marina. The marina may be used by the residents of the project as any other users of the marina, but there's never been any intent. We've never given any indication to staff. There's been no evidence presented by staff to support this conclusion that that the marina will not be maintained as a public marina, as an amenity to the city. And that's clearly stated in the MPD, and it has been. That's never been an issue. This section has never been discussed, debated over. It's been in there since we submitted the original application years ago because of that critical element and importance to the city. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And as far as access goes, the question about the walkway along the intercoastal, all of the non-residential uses have been pushed to the road. That was designed, as will be discussed by other members of the team, to make a good separation, to create better compatibility of the project. But there is a sidewalk on Palm Harbor, and there will be integrated pedestrian systems on the site as required by the comp plan to provide access to those facilities, those non-residential facilities. That's the design to make sure that there's privacy for the residents in the back, but there will be that access. So it's not exactly where staff preferred it, but it's not that we're preventing access to those areas along the water. It's just we're providing access to the non-residential areas that would be open to the public. Okay, so, Harborside Master Plan Development.
Is it on, Jay?
Is there an on button? Thanks.
I'll just hit it for you, Jay.
Okay, you can go to, please go to the next slide. Okay. So this aerial shows what currently exists. We have what was built from the existing PUD, which is marina, dock master facility, a 8-story, 72-unit condominium building, and the parking garage. This location is unique because where it sits within the Intercoastal Waterway and the saltwater canal access and that confluence, we have what we believe, based upon our studies of the history of approvals in the city, the most intense, dense project that was permitted under the original PUD, which will be clearer in later slides. We have the 8-story multifamily tower, which you all probably see when you come over the bridge from the hammock. It's that building that sticks up over the trees and is clearly the tallest building in town, except for potentially new hospitals that are being built. And then the 525 space parking garage, which is a critical part of not only this project, but also our application of the policy, which we'll talk about later. The plans that I submitted to the clerk, that are the plans on file for the parking garage in the city, that's what the construction was based on. It's 187,384 square feet of area in that parking garage. That equates to 4.3 acres. So whereas we have a 17-acre parcel, we have some additional acreage that's been created through a parking garage, and that's the only parking garage in the city. And so that's a critical part of not only Centex's original plan and the high intensity that they were going to provide, but also the justification for the greater intensity. Next slide. So this is the original Centex development. The basic entitlements were 378 total residential units. I know that there was a question about what type of units were approved. In the Centex PUD, they are defined as condo hotel units, and there are no restrictions in the PUD on how those condo hotel units are used. But a condo hotel is by definition a condominium that will be sold to owners in fee simple. And then those owners can use that unit as a residential use, or they can put it into a rental pool. Now, if you study the condo hotel market, you will notice that some of them do have restrictions on use, some of them do not. Based upon the documents of record, the covenants and restrictions that have been recorded for this project, the Centex covenants and restrictions, as well as the PUD itself, there are no restrictions. They're just defined as condo hotel units. So as far as we're concerned, they have a residential component. They might be hybrids, but they definitely have a residential component because of the nature of being fee simply owned and usable by those owners. Then there was 169 resort condo units as they're defined, so that those also are qualified. They're not condo units in the original PUD, they're resort condo units because Centex had a resort concept that for this project. It wasn't really a true residential condominium concept, it was a resort style concept, similar to what was built in Hammock Beach and other places in the state and all over the country. And so they are residential units, but with all potential resort type, transient type uses. Now that's not what ended up happening. We have a 72-unit condo that was built that's occupied largely by residents, if not exclusively, and that's what that has turned into, which is why we're trying to preserve the character of that portion of the project. The Centex PUD called for 47,000 square feet of a variety of uses that would support the resort, including restaurants, bars, meeting, banquet, and supporting hospitality facilities. So that would have been part of that resort component that would have served the entire project, not just the condo hotel. An 84-foot marina, which was constructed, built, and is operating today. And then they had 657 required parking spaces in that 525 space parking garage that I mentioned. Another thing to understand as far as the history of this project is Centex and my client JDI was the owner of the Palm Harbor Golf Course property. And when these PUDs were adopted, as is noted later in the slide presentation, they were actually noted in the PUDs as being essential components of each other. So that golf course project was also approved at the same time and was going to be part of Centex's master plan of providing these recreational amenity resorts for either people that live there or people that were going to be using them on a more transient basis. I want you to note, because this was a big part of what we learned over the years since 2017 about what would be suitable for the property, what would be compatible with the community, and what was quote unquote wrong with this plan, because this plan's been on the books since 2005, and with the different ups and downs in the market, if it was a viable plan, it would have been built. It's not a viable plan. The resort concept, the condo hotel concept really were not good concepts. Those will be spoken to by other speakers that have more expertise in that area, but that was the process we went through. But I want you to note the massing, the significant massing of the buildings, because what you're seeing here under the original PUD consisted of 3 8-story buildings, 1 6-story building and 1 5-story building, and then the 5-story parking garage, which is substantially higher and more dense in terms of the massing of buildings than what's being proposed today. Bill, you can go to the next slide. We put this on here just to give you an example. This is from the PUD. This shows what Centex was proposing to build. So, all those mass buildings you saw at the heights that I explained, this is what it would have looked like, all packed into that piece of property. We just wanted you to get a handle because we're trying to move towards something of equal quality to what was proposed by Centex, but just a little less intense. The density may be going up, but the impacts, as shown in the traffic numbers that were given to you and that we presented later, are actual reduction. Next slide. Okay, well, I'm going to turn it over now to a member of the development team, Tarek Batey. This shows you the proposed color concept plan. The entitlements that we're asking for will allow for a couple of variations. Townhouses will be townhouses, multifamily will be multifamily. The hotel could be a hotel if we can find a hotel operator, or that also can be used for multifamily. And then the dock facility. And before Mr. Batey comes up, there's one other point I want to make. Just for the sake of the record, because we made this point at Planning Board as well. The policy or the Land Development Code provision that the staff referenced, 3.0503, that says that you cannot calculate residential and non-residential acreage for the same purposes of density and intensity, that's only part of what the Land Development Code says. It says that the same land area should not be counted for the purposes of both residential density and non-residential density, period. And then the next sentence says, the calculation methodology used shall be as defined by administrative rule. Now, it's been established at Planning Board, I have not been updated at council or staff has adopted administrative rule, that there is no administrative rule, that none has been adopted to apply that policy. And that's important. At Planning Board, I used the example of Town Center because we have parcels in Town Center that are designed to be mixed-use parcels where you have retail at the bottom and residential on the top. Actually, this plan does too. Lot 3, where the hotel is, the entitlements for that allows for COM2 or MFR uses, and it specifically says that they can be in the same building. The reason why you need an administrative rule for that type of Land Development Code provision is because taken literally, it doesn't make sense for a mixed-use project. Otherwise, because how do you calculate a density for a parcel that has both residential and non-residential uses? You have to be able to calculate the intensity and the density for those parcels when you do that, and we don't have that rule. So I just want to put that on the record that we do not agree with staff's application of that provision to this project because of the lack of the administrative rule.
Good morning. My name's Tarek Batey. I'm with JDI Palm Coast. My address is 3621 Hendricks Avenue, Jacksonville, Florida. And I am here to walk you through the project and tell you more about what we're planning and proposing and envision. So as Jay referenced, you have here our proposed concept plan. We believe this to be as accurate a representation as possible as at this stage in the process of what we intend to build here. So I'm just going to kind of go around clockwise really and talk about what's there today and what we're planning to do. In the northeast corner of the property, you'll see there's approximately 30 townhomes programmed there, and we've been very strategic about the placement really of all the different uses. We wanted to place the townhomes in the northeast corner of the site right up on the water because those are naturally low-rise structures. Those are going to afford the best possible views to all of our neighbors, both on our property and including neighbors off of our property. So maximization of water views, lower density uses in that northeast corner, which also abuts our park space running along the intracoastal, which we feel like is a very important amenity for on-site residents and guests. Continuing going clockwise, you of course have the existing 8-story condominium tower. So we're trying to be as respectful as possible of their views, physical views out to the water and to the north. And then you've got the existing parking garage, as Jay mentioned. The only parking garage in the city of Palm Coast that we're aware of, 525 spaces. Constructed in anticipation of the overall master development plan. And immediately north of the parking garage, we have a proposed multifamily residential building, which, you know, candidly, in terms of residential, is probably the least attractive area of the site because a number of units are just facing a parking deck. But we're trying to make them as high quality as possible, and rest assured, these will be high quality units. The entire project simply does not work financially or economically unless we're doing high quality Class A product with respect to every use, not just residential uses. The existing condominium tower is that way, and the new residential and new commercial to be constructed will be very much commensurate with the existing condominium tower. So we've located the multifamily building closest to the parking garage because that, as a single use, would have the greatest parking need. And we think it's also the most consistent with the 8-story condo tower. So we're proposing a lower height limit on all of our residential buildings, really all of our buildings, than that existing condominium tower. We'll get into that in a moment. As you continue to go around the clock at approximately 7 o'clock or so, you see we have a hotel programmed currently is approximately 125 keys. That is lot 3 of the MPD site plan, and that is the lot on which we've programmed in the most flexibility. And in a large mixed-use project such as this, there's a lot of complexity and there's a lot of unknown, and it all takes a really long time and a lot of capital to execute. What we've learned from experience and what we've seen historically on this site is if you don't have enough flexibility, you're locking yourself in too tight, and over time, because all of this takes a long time to develop, markets change. And as markets change, what you might consider building naturally changes along with it. And really that's why nothing else has been built on the site in the last 15 years, because there's a very restrictive existing PUD on there that appears, on its face at least, to specify certain uses in certain locations without tremendous deviation. 378 total residential units in the existing PUD. So lot 3, we've envisioned for a little bit of flexibility. We would very much like to have a hotel on that portion of the property. We think it enhances the overall mixed-use nature and the placemaking of the project, but we also recognize that historically speaking today and for the foreseeable future, hotel uses are simply not financially viable. We'd love to do it, but we don't believe it's going to work. We are a hotel that we've executed, owned and operated hotels ourselves. We know how they work. We don't believe it works. We've reached out to other peers and frankly people in the industry who are much better at hotels than we are. And we've shown this opportunity to them, including the largest hotel developer in the country. And they passed on the opportunity outright. They didn't seek to negotiate a land price or any other provisions about the opportunity. They just said, no, thank you, we don't believe it's financially viable. So we think it's not highly likely a hotel ends up there. However, a rezoning is an exercise in planning, and we think we would be foolish to prohibit that use should it become financially viable in the future, because we think it would be accretive to the overall plan and the overall neighborhood. So we've kept that in there, but candidly, as we've said throughout this process, including to our neighbors at the neighborhood meeting, et cetera, we think more likely we're going to see some residential product there, more homes. That could take the form of multifamily, that could take the form of townhomes. The PUD permits all three of those uses on that portion of the property. We generally think it's much more likely to be residential than it is hotel, but those are the two options. If you go a little bit north, you get to Lot 2, and as Jay mentioned, Lot 2 is programmed for a restaurant. If we want to build anything on that portion of the property, we must build a restaurant. We're permitted to build things in addition to a restaurant, but nothing in lieu of a restaurant. So it's either a restaurant or nothing. So we're committing our resources on Lot 2 to having a restaurant there. We think restaurant is a critical component of this mixed-use project. It's very accretive, it improves the existing residential, and it improves our proposed residential, and frankly enhances the marina too. So moving along to Lot 1, Lot 1 consists of the existing marina and the northwesternmost portion of the property, which is the ship store and dockmaster's office, which we intend to significantly renovate, perhaps even scrape and rebuild entirely. Similarly, we plan in the future with appropriate sequencing to renovate and enhance the marina. So effectively what we envision is townhomes in the northeast, residential on the south, likely more residential on the southwest, restaurant on the west, and then north of that, the dockmaster facility, ship store, and the marina. Now the restaurant. The restaurant, as I mentioned, is very, very important, and we think it also relates to the history of this site. The old Sheridan Hotel and Harry's Bar was a great gathering space for the neighborhood, the community, the city to convene, enjoy the waterfront, and that is our plan for this restaurant. We don't want just any restaurant, we want a high-quality restaurant, which doesn't necessarily mean luxury, super expensive, but it means quality. Quality service, quality food, quality operations, and a communal gathering point where everyone can get together, break bread, have a drink, sit outside, enjoy the water, where people can bring their boat up and park at the marina and go to the restaurant. That is key, we believe, to the overall sense of place that we're seeking to provide. And the sense of place we're seeking to enhance, it exists to some extent today, but with a lot of vacant land, and frankly, you know, the marina does need some work, and the ship store certainly needs a lot of work. Some of the waterfront amenities like the existing gazebo on the Intracoastal need a tremendous amount of work. None of that is viable. We can't make any of that happen today without developing new projects on this site. There's no economic incentive. There's no incentive whatsoever. There's frankly disincentive. So that's the reason for our request today, is to move forward in an accretive manner that benefits this site in the overall neighborhood. The restaurant's central to that, and we're committed to finding the right operator. So does this work, or do I need to request? No. If you go to the next slide, please. So this is just simply a table. It's contained within the MPD agreement itself, and it lists out the quantity, the different types of permitted uses, the quantities of each, and the parking ratios of each. That table is substantially the same as what's in the MPD agreement, just in a slightly different format. The real fundamental difference, the real material difference on this table versus the MPD's table is we're proposing an additional 54 residential homes, and we're taking away 37,000 square feet of commercial space. So we're proposing up to 10,000 square foot restaurant, and that's effectively our commercial space. Yes, there's a 3,000 square foot dockmaster facility, but that's existing today. So that's the only thing that's different, is reducing commercial space by 37,000 square feet, adding 54 residential homes. Next slide, please. So I think this really brings us to the true point of comparison what do we have today and what are we proposing to do? The PUD, very few plans, probably no plan out there is perfect, but some are much, much better than others, and we believe our plan is materially superior in every aspect to the PUD, and these are some highlights. We have less traffic, materially less traffic. Almost 1,700 fewer vehicles per day are generated by our project as compared to the PUD. Jay had passed out to you a letter from our traffic engineer detailing those calculations. So, number one, less traffic. Number two, lower height. The existing PUD permits 90 feet of height, 9-story buildings. We're limiting it to 6 stories, and I believe 60 or 65 feet of height. So significantly less height, which will also enhance the views of our current on-site residents as well as neighbors. Less commercial space. I just mentioned 37,000 square feet, less commercial space as compared to the PUD. Better safety and security. So would you mind flipping back to the prior slide, one more? Thank you. So what we've done, and this gets into the creative planning aspects mentioned in the applicable section of the comprehensive plan policy 1.1.1.2, and I'm now on slide 5, proposed color concept plan again. What we've done with the site plan is, the old PUD site plan really mixed up commercial with residential with the potential for a hotel, and I say potentially a hotel because it didn't have to be a hotel. It could have had hotel operations, but it was very clearly residential. We have bifurcated on the east, we've placed all of our on the east and south, we've placed all of our residential units, and we've located all of our commercial stuff or potential commercial stuff on the western portion of the property. So to the extent there's a hotel, it obviously goes on the west. That could become residential, but then our other commercial, being the Dockmaster facility and the restaurant, is on the west, closest to Palm Harbor Parkway. What that does is it provides better safety and better security to the existing condominium tower residents and our future residents in our project by segregating and moving over the residential to the eastern portion of the site. So you don't have cross traffic of commercial driving through where the residents live. So that speaks to traffic, safety, and security. And naturally, we've maintained as many water views as we possibly can by lowering the height, by placing the townhomes in the northeast corner of the site, and just preserving as many view corridors as possible to the water. That's going to apply to our neighbors to the west. If you would, one more slide. Sorry, one back. Thank you. So now I'm on slide number 7, back to where we were, how the MPD, our proposed MPD compares to the PUD. So all of the things we've done here, all of the design, all of the planning relates to creating an authentic and durable mixed-use project with a true sense of place that's going to be durable for the long term. What we don't want is a project that starts out hot and is a flash in the pan and fades away. That doesn't work well. And you more frequently get that with commercial projects than you do with residential projects. Businesses, they come and go. Residents are far more enduring, typically, than businesses. Doesn't mean businesses are unimportant. They're critically important. Residents are far more enduring, and that's why our project is residentially oriented, but far from exclusively residential. We've got marina uses with fuel. We've got the restaurant. We've got the Dockmaster ship store. Potentially, although unlikely, a hotel. So why do we need all these things? What makes this a good idea other than what I've talked about thus far? Financial feasibility is exceptionally important. I believe you'll hear, or you have in front of you, the report from the chamber. That was their economic analysis, not ours. They conducted it. In order for the project to go forward, in order for the community to reap a benefit, in order for the city to get a positive economic impact, these things need to get built. Nothing's been built for 15 years. Despite the fact that we recently concluded the most robust real estate bull market in the history of the world, nothing got built. It's been a very long time. It's time to move forward. It's time for something to happen. We believe this is the best plan to make something happen. The alternative to the status quo is likely to lead to just frankly more deterioration on the site. If nothing gets built, that leaves fewer and fewer people around to maintain what's already built. So we already had massive infrastructure built in the form of a stormwater pond, which is designed and permitted to accommodate the full master plan, both the old master plan and our new proposed master plan, as well as a 525 space parking garage. Those facilities were not built haphazardly. Those were built with a very specific purpose in mind for a larger, more dense mixed-use project, which is, again, what we've proposed today. So what we're doing is we're subtracting a little bit of commercial, we're adding a little bit of residential from the old plan, and then we're redesigning it to provide better safety and security for all of the residents and to provide better views for everyone. And what that will lead to is, you'll see it in the report provided by the Chamber of Commerce, but $6.5 million approximately is our estimate of impact fees we as the developer would pay to develop this project, plus a total of $3.5 million annually in real estate taxes resulting from this project. It's a pretty significant economic benefit to the city, and that's certainly not the sole consideration, but we think it's an important one. Next slide, please. So we mentioned before, here's the exact numbers. The PUD, per our traffic engineer, per the letter you have in your possession, this is slide number 8 now, generates over 5,100 vehicles per day. Our proposed plan generates a little bit less than 3,500 vehicles per day, resulting in approximately 1,700 fewer trips per day. That's about a reduction of 1/3 of the traffic. Next slide, please. So I'm gonna turn it back over to Jay and let him take it from here.
I have
Thank
a quick question on the restaurant aspect of it, and I realize you don't know what restaurant obviously would go in there, but just give me an example in your mind of what a quality restaurant would be for that site, just an example.
If you're familiar with St. Augustine Fish Camp in downtown St. Augustine on Riberia Street, we think they would be a great, and they're an outfit that's got 4 or 5 different fish camp locations in, call it Metro Jacksonville. That would be an excellent example of seafood-oriented menu at all of their locations, ample outdoor dining space, and we envision a very large amount of outdoor dining space here along the marina. And they serve, sandwiches, salads, from that all the way up to entrees of fish and meat dishes.
So
and have a full-service bar.
A wide range in pricing.
Yes, a wide range of pricing. If you wanted to go and have a fish sandwich for $12, you could do that. And if you wanted to have, a finer dining meal, you're spending $50, $60 a person, you could do that too. And you could have drinks.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm concerned about the restaurant aspect because as I look at section 10 of the proposed amended master plan development, the restated PUD, if we look at what the actual clause for the restaurant says, it doesn't state that you all will in fact build it prior to adding these additional units. So currently what it states is owner shall renovate, remodel, and construct a new ship store which may include and be combined with a restaurant. Such ship store project may be conducted simultaneously with any other project which causes a project to exceed the 264 units. So are you as the applicant, and don't feel like you need to answer this right now on the spot, but is there a consideration to make this a certainty rather than a may, and to state that you'll do it prior to adding these units rather than simultaneously?
So if the question is, I think I have it, but I want to make sure. I think your question is, will we commit to building and operating a restaurant in advance of building any new residential units?
No, my question is, are you committed to constructing, not operating, but constructing the restaurant prior to going beyond the current 15 units per acre that the plan allows for?
No, because we don't believe it would make any sense to construct a restaurant in advance of being prepared to operate it. However, we have limited ourselves to not being able to do anything whatsoever on Lot 2 unless it includes a restaurant. So we would have vacant, unused land, which doesn't help anybody, including us. And certainly, we would like to construct and operate that restaurant simultaneous with or in advance of building new residential, because frankly, it makes our residential better. So we're fully aligned in wanting to do it, but a commitment is beyond our control because it requires a higher quality operator. We think it would be a mistake to just pick any old operator and put them in there. If they're not going to be a high quality operator, then we'd rather not have it at all.
What is the projection time-wise in order to get to exceeding that 15 units per acre?
So the 15 units per acre under our calculations, and Jay kind of detailed our calculations, is 264 units, of which there's an existing 72. So I would say this, we still have a little bit of homework to do with regard to exact construction sequencing, because in a compact mixed-use project, you got to be careful not to build something and you're building something next door and it causes major problems for whatever's next door. And that includes for the condo residents. However, it makes all the sense in the world for us to do a restaurant simultaneous with the first phase of residential. So once, presuming our application is approved, we then go into master site plan development, master site plan engineering. We would anticipate that takes hopefully less than a year, at which point we can be well on our way to going vertical on certain elements. So call it 12 to 18 months, hopefully, we have a restaurant operator, quality restaurant operator signed up, ready to go, and then we can construct the restaurant.
Is there additional presentation from the applicant?
Yes.
So are we okay to kind of finish it off before we, ask questions? And then I'd like to get to public comment and then come back to council for additional discussion, of course.
Yeah, and we'll try to get through these final slides as quickly as possible. We have a professional planner that wants to speak to the policy application. So as the fire slide said, we have 54 additional units, even though that results in a reduction in traffic. You can go to the next slide. This is just a reference to what we're changing. We're changing a master plan, and the golf course PUD, which was originally part of JDI's portfolio and part of our original planning efforts, that was donated to the city so the city can have full control over its golf course operations. But we did want to point out that in terms of considering the original PUD, that Centex plan also called for 161 additional residential units over on the golf course area. So working with the city over the last 5 years, finding out what's important to the residents, finding out what's important to staff and council, various versions of the council, and a couple of different city managers, we determined that it was the best option for the golf course was to allow the city to have full control over that. So that was donated. But I just wanted to make sure that's an important component, because as originally planned and as on the books, there was the Centex plan at Harborside, which was incredibly intense, although some of that intensity was residential. And we also had the 161 permitted units on the golf course that have now been removed through the donation. I'm going to go through this quick, but I just want to rehash. Staff did a good job of outlining what's important in the comprehensive plan. First, Objective 1.1.2 of the future land use element states that it encourages the use of innovative land planning regulations by permitted master plan developments. So master plan developments are not these occasional, rare things in the comp plan. They're actually encouraged in order to provide for more creatively planned projects. And the comprehensive plan is your land use constitution. Everything flows down from it in terms of your land use decision making, and that objective is very clear that it's encouraged. Now, this policy is in the staff report, but wasn't really mentioned in the presentation. This is really the crux of what you all are able to do. Policy 1.1.1.3 allows for it defines how the mixed use is going to be defined. There's no administrative rule in terms of that land development code provision I mentioned, but there is a comprehensive plan policy that explains what mixed means. And in that sense, 20% of the land in the area with the mixed use future land use map designation is for residential use. So the mixture is supposed to be 20% with the remainder non-residential. With that, 33% of the residential units developed within this 20% is to occur at a density equal to or greater than 15 units per acre. So the comp plan actually calls for 33% of that 20% of residential units to exceed 15 units per acre. And as staff noted in their staff report, this policy has never been implemented. There's only one project that got to 15 units per acre, but nothing that has exceeded it. And everything else is much less. So this is an unimplemented policy from a comp plan that I think I heard earlier was adopted in 2004. So there's no issues with there being any entitlements available for the implementation of the policy. And in fact, this policy, this clear direction in your comp plan as to how the city's supposed to develop has been, it's an untapped resource. And it's an unused policy. And we believe that our project meets it, which is implemented through policy 1.1.2.2, which allows for deviations. So, you know, in the tables in the comp plan, you have residential land use designation, and then you have zoning districts. And there is a very specific density limitation. You have commercial designations, you have a very specific FAR designation that cannot be exceeded within the straight Euclidean zoning districts in the city. In mixed use, it's not that hard and fast of a rule. The policy says permitted densities and intensities within the MPD shall generally follow those allowed within the corresponding zoning district. So it's a generally following. Now our corresponding zoning district is MPD, which allows us to do 15 or within 33% of those lands greater than 15. And deviations are determined by these general standards that are provided. There are no other standards in the Land Development Code to implement this policy or in the comprehensive plan. These are the standards that you have to consider, and that's to promote and encourage creatively planned projects. I think our explanation as to how we got to this plan demonstrates our efforts to make sure it was creatively planned. In recognition of special geographic features, environmental conditions, economic issues, not economic benefit, which was mentioned in the staff presentation, but economic issues or other unique features. You can go to the next slide. So this policy was used to approve the original PUD because even though there were residential units in the project, everything was treated as FAR for that, and they were allowed to exceed that FAR by the percentage that Mr. Tyner mentioned. Go to the next. This slide is from the plenary presentation PowerPoint, and I know that staff showed it to you, but the reason we put this up there is because the issue of compatibility has come up several times, and although compatibility is an important component in all land use decisions, this is a mixed-use project. The red is the mixed-use designation. Surrounding areas are residential. So under the policies I just talked about in the comp plan, it's always been presumed the assumptions of people buying the land, the assumptions of people reviewing what's on the record, both landowners and residents of the city should have been aware and that this land use designation under your comp plan policy would permit a mixture of uses, both residential and non-residential, as well as potentially in exceeding density or intensity thresholds under the policy that was just mentioned. Okay, so we put in here public benefits. That was how the discussion was couched between us and staff over the several months we've discussed this. But this is essentially a breakdown of what's in section 10 in the PUD. So again, we have to meet all 9 conditions. As was mentioned, some of those conditions are tied to other uses that are permitted in the MPD, like if the restaurant is built, then wet slips will be provided. But this is a breakdown that we're going to provide the city with a welcome to Palm Coast sign and an easement for that sign. We're going to pay for the welcome to Palm Coast sign. We're going to secure the FDEP's clean marina designation, which is both a good thing for the city as well as meeting the environmental considerations in the policy. Provide vessel fueling facilities, which currently exist, and there's no intention to stop those. It's a major element to the marina operations. Provide at least 3 wet slips for the restaurant to provide that kind of waterfront dining experience. Provide the city a right of first offer to purchase the marina, so the city would be given an opportunity to make an offer to buy the marina. And if they decide to, then we would work out terms. If they don't, then the marina would either stay within the ownership of the developer or would potentially be sold to a commercial marina operator. Remodel the ship store at the marina. remodel the gazebo along the intercoastal waterway. The MPD has a qualification there, subject to permitting because it's over the water, so we'd have to go through regulatory permitting, but subject to permitting, we would remodel that. Provide government emergency access via use of a boat ramp. The boat ramp that was there was decommissioned and closed. We would love to put a new boat ramp in for the marina, not for the public, but for the marina to use, because there needs to be a way to get boats in and out. There's a lot of moving parts there, and it's a narrow area, so we need to make sure it's viable to do so. But if the boat ramp is provided, then the city and all emergency services in the county would be able to use that. We've reduced the building height from what was permitted in the existing PUD, thereby improving water views and creating better safety, as Tarek said. And that's in the next enhanced security. And then overall, which is why we take issue with the staff's approach to the density by just saying, well, we allowed 22% increase before, so let's just do, in FAR, let's just use 22% of density in this new proposal, which is tied more to the residential numbers. Well, that's comparing apples to oranges, which is reflected in the traffic study. FAR commercial uses generate a different type of impact than residential. And as the traffic tables that show, comparing the PUD to the proposed use, even with the greater increase, and that's the 70%, or however you slice it, depends on how you apply that land development code provision that doesn't have an administrative rule. The actual impact of this proposed project, of these proposed entitlements, is less, which is why we believe that the percentage should not be the defining factor, because it's not really tied to the details of the development or any evidence of impacts of either development. So, go to the next slide. So this is the policy that you have to apply, and our planner is going to come up and speak to them. So I'm just going to go through these relatively quickly, but the first condition, and this policy is an or list. So it's, at the bottom it says, comp plan requires only one of five to be met. These are, you don't have to determine that all of these are satisfied, although we believe we satisfy all of them. It is an or list, so it's one or more of these need to be met in order for the city council to determine if this policy can be applied to allow the increase in density or intensity. And the first one is creatively planned. That's the number one criteria. It's a creatively planned project that meets the following conditions. And we believe it's creatively planned because of the improved views, safety, privacy via site plan, bifurcation of commercial from residential, planning that flowed out of our interactions with staff, city council, city administration, and the community through prior neighborhood meetings. We have special geographic features. This location is unique in that it's one of the only locations where you have the commercial canal network tying into the intercoastal waterway. We have direct water access. We have waterfront amenities. Those are the primary special geographic features. We have environmental conditions. In terms of impact, we have the reduction in traffic, enhanced walkability for the project, as well as, which is tied to the Section 10 bonus, maintaining the FDEP Clean Marina Program, which is designed to ensure that a marina operation, which can be incredibly dirty, there's marinas where you don't want to fall off your boat, to make sure that it maintains clean water and and a cleaner environment from all those boats. Economic issues, did you want to speak to that? Before he talks about economic issues, I'm going to jump into the other considerations, just so we can move on to the planner. There's a lot of different other considerations to be considered, but the biggest one is that we have a project that was partially built, including the largest and only parking deck in the city, which adds an additional 4.3 acres of area for parking to this project that makes it very unique. We also have the tallest condo tower, which we believe justifies not only density, but the height we're proposing, even though it's lower. We have a stormwater system that, through reviewing St. John's technical staff reports for the permit, was designed for the entire Centex project. So we have a stormwater infrastructure designed for that massive intensity of the Centex project. We have a marina that's operating, which is unique. And then we have the units defined through FAR that were approved in the original PUD, and we believe that those are other unique considerations justifying use of the policy. Now, Tarek, who's qualified to address the economic issues, will address those.
Thanks, Jay. So Tarek Batey again, on slide number 15 of our presentation entitled Quasi-judicial Public Hearing. So as to economic issues, that is one of the criteria of the relevant comp plan provision. And so we've talked a little bit about this, but this is mixed use. Mixed use is complicated. Complicated means it's expensive. So in order to make any of this happen, and it hasn't happened to date, but in order for anyone on a go-forward basis to make this happen, economies of scale are required. And economies of scale pertain to building it in the first place, right? So if you're building 10 homes versus 100 homes, those 10 homes are going to cost a lot more per unit than 100 homes are going to cost per unit. So you need to make the math work and the finances work, you've got to have certain economies of scale. And so it's been asked of us before in the meetings, you know, well, if you did fewer units, would your pro forma still work? Would the project still be financially feasible? The answer is, we've proposed 432 total units, which includes the existing 72 condo units. We've proposed 360 new units because that is where we think that's appropriate here, but also we have a high degree of confidence that the project is financially viable and will get built. The more you chip away at that, the more you also chip it away at our degree of confidence in our ability to execute. And we're no different than anyone else in terms of our ability to execute. Frankly, I think our resume is a lot better than most. I personally have done over $3 billion of real estate investments in markets all across the country, heavy in North and Central Florida. So if you said, well, instead of 360 new units, how about 350? Does the project still work? Probably. What about 310? What about 300? What about 280? The lower you go, the less confident we get. This rezoning is an exercise in planning. It's not an exercise in lowest common denominator or most limitations possible. Let's ensure we do something here where we all have confidence that it's going to get built, and what gets built is something we can all enjoy. Now, those economies of scale don't just pertain to getting it built, it also pertains to how you operate it and how you maintain it and your ability to do so. We've all seen projects that get built, they work well for a while, and then for some reason they don't work well, for various reasons I should say. They don't work well after a period of time, and then they fall into disrepair. That is not what any of us want anywhere, much less on this very special piece of waterfront property. So we need more economies of scale to operate the properties in a first-class manner over the long term rather than merely the short term. The fewer units we have, the more expensive it is to operate and maintain, not merely build. And getting this stuff built and operated and maintained appropriately keeps everything first class. It avoids deterioration, it avoids blight, it maintains property values of not only our project, but of our neighbors, and it enhances the real estate tax base of the city, all of which are meaningful benefits, we think, to everyone involved. So it's a win-win. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura, our planning expert, who will go into the comp plan policy.
Good morning. I get to fit that in still. I'm Laura Dietrich. I'm a land planner. I've been a land planner for 23 years. A little bit about me so you can understand my background. I started at the city of Jacksonville 23 years ago as an assistant planner. Quickly put my hand up for everything, ended up running comp plan organization, neighborhood action planning, and brownfields. Brownfields is a real and or perceived contaminated site. Then within that 6.5 years was appointed by the former Mayor Payton to be the redevelopment specialist and brownfield manager for the Economic Development Commission. At such time, I then left for an additional 6 years to run the Kimley Horn & Associates regional planning practice for Northeast Florida. And then after those 12.5 years, for 12 years, I had my own firm, Dietrich Planning. Then after those 12 years, that's 24, about getting into my 24th year this year, but having served also as the director of Baker County for 3 years, managing 6 departments, and I'm currently the regional senior planner for Half Associates. My degrees are in political science, master's in public administration with a focus on policy analysis. I've been the former board member and recipient of the George Simons Award by the American Planning Association, past president of the Florida Planning and Zoning Association, the selected regional representative for Northeast Florida for the Florida Redevelopment Association, and I'm currently on the board of the Urban Land Institute, serving with legislation. So that's a little bit about my academic and professional background. What I want to do is drill down out of respect for brevity. You've heard a lot of information, a lot of numbers. So out of respect for staff, they did focus on one policy in particular in their staff report with numerous iterations. So I'd like to actually focus on the future land use elements policy 1.1.2.2. So it was mentioned at the very beginning what the definition of a master plan development zoning category is. I'd actually like to read that from your code. I don't believe it's a negotiated zoning district. I'm going to tell you what your code says it is. The purpose of a master plan development district is to provide areas where a variety of uses are mixed together in master plan developments and communities. This district utilizes cohesive architectural themes and emphasizes accessibilities for pedestrians and bicyclists. Regulations for this district are intended to promote flexibility and creative land use planning and design concepts. That's from the code section 3.03.01. Okay, so let's look at this one policy, 1122. It's a complex compound policy. There's 2 parts to it. Okay, so the first part states, permitted densities and intensities with the MPD shall generally follow those allowed within the corresponding zoning district associated with their land use designation. So, MPDs are generally followed and driven, their density and intensity is driven by their zoning and their land use, okay? We'll get to that in a second. The second part talks about deviations. So that means the city of Palm Coast actually considered the fact that sometime in the future, there might be a need for a deviation. That's why you have things like exceptions and variances and modifications, because it is completely foreseen that there will be need for change. So the second part of that policy says deviations from these densities intensity standards may be permissible in order to promote and encourage creatively planned projects. But they have to be in recognition of 4 things: geographical features, environmental conditions, economic issues, and other unique circumstances. Okay, so we're going to get into the first part of that. So MPDs, it's driven density-wise by zoning and land use. Okay, this is in the comp plan. Comp plan says this. So if it says first the corresponding zoning district, that means I have to go to the code and look at the zoning district. So I did that. And I found the policy, section 3.03.04.d. It's the policy titled Permitted Uses, Densities, and Intensities in the MPD zoning district. So this is the governing section of the code when it talks about that. So it defines density as the following: maximum gross residential density or non-residential intensity permitted within any MPD shall not exceed the density or intensity permitted on the future land use map. Okay, so that means I went from the comp plan to the code to find out what the density is, and it says go to the future land use map. So I'm going to go back to the future land use map. Well, what's interesting is our future land use, as you know, is mixed use, correct? So when you go to the comp plan, the future land use element, you look through all these policies, goals, and objectives to find out where the intensity and density limitations are. Staff had mentioned 1.1.1.2. Well, that's actually a policy that talks about zoning districts. If you go to the very next policy, 1.1.1.3, that's actually where it says the city, not may, but shall measure cumulatively or citywide measure, and the table is titled future land use map designations, limitations on densities and intensities. So this is where the table is that talks about density, not 1112. It's 1113. So then you look for your land use. So I looked for our land use, and I looked for mixed use, and there it is. And what does it say? It says residential use with a maximum of 33% of the residential units occurring at a density equal to or greater than 15 units. So basically, the city said years ago, the whole city is going to have a map, and we're going to designate the future land uses on it. A fifth of that must be residential, okay? A fifth. Of that residential land use, a third that shall be placed on the map must occur at a density equal to or greater than 33%. This is not ambiguous. This is not vague. This isn't maybe it'd be a neat idea if we had some density somewhere. They actually went, the author of this policy went to the extent to be very intentional and very detailed about saying that 33% of all residential land use shall occur at 15 or more. And it must be measured. So that means it's actually a duty administratively. So let's move to the second part of this policy. And that goes back into the deviations. We are here requesting a deviation. At the end of the day, the only change that really has become of any substance of disagreement or difference is 54 units. That's it. So with the mixed uses that have been proposed and talked about, I'm not going to reiterate those. You have been the recipients of much discussion of that. I'd like to focus on the 4 things that you are to look at. You've been advised by staff, 1122 is the critical policy that's being discussed here. And there are 4 different criteria that we're going to talk about. So crafting in the best planning practices, that's our job as planners. So there's 4. The first one is special geographical features. This section, this area of Palm Coast was intentionally designed based around water. There, you can get to your house by a boat just as easily by car. It's incredible. The intercoastal was engineered in this whole area with a reinforced developed edge and a canal system because they're promoting water access, water use. With the mixed use land use and the MPD zoning, this is also specifically chosen by the city of Palm Coast to be where density and intensity is supposed to be located. What's fascinating is when you say unique geographical features, you can't get more unique. There are only 4 ways in to the city of Palm Coast through the intercoastal. There's only 4 navigable inner waterway intersections, bless you. We're one of them. We're on the southwest quadrant of only one of 4 water navigable interchanges on the intercoastal. That is extremely special. We have a marina on site for public and private use. That's been discussed. It is a rare opportunity that you can fuel up here, and that is for quite a distance to the north or the south. That's critical for not only capturing visitors and allowing residents to be able to use the canal system and the intercoastal as engineered and dredged by the city for this purpose. There's also pedestrian connectivity for the gazebo. That is part of the renovations. That's currently on the waterway that allows for that interconnectivity with the waterway system as well. Second criteria, environmental conditions. It's a DEP standard clean marina. That's really critical. You want that for your city. You want that not just for the betterment of the community and health, but you also want that for any liability reasons and for, frankly, just the natural environment of what you smell and ingest in a community, given that most of this is a residential neighborhood. A traffic study was performed in November. That traffic study has tables that go into great detail that compare the original PUD that's currently in existence with the proposed MPD. They compared the difference in the slight reduction in commercial and the slight increase in residential. Again, only 54 units. The net outcome is a decrease of 1,690 trips. That's vehicles per day, 1,690. This is a residential neighborhood. This is exactly what the MPD in your code says, is you want harmonious, non-impactful development in this mixed-use district that's going to be able to be compatible with the surroundings. So you can have 1,700 extra trips a day, or you can have 1,700 less trips a day with a slight increase of only 54 units. That's an enormous get for such a slight increase. The project's composed, again, with the commercial uses they've talked about with the marina store that's already in existence that will be renovated, and the restaurant. These are put in an area of best planning practices because they're abutting a major collector roadway. You don't want to put the commercial uses on the waterway because that means you'll have commercial traffic integrating into the residential component. I've never seen a city or a county ever, nor a comp plan or a code that would encourage commercial traffic to travel through a residential mixed-use development. It is supposed to stay on the roadway abutting a fronting because that's where the traffic has easiest access. The garage is situated in a perfect place on the site because it's not blocking a view shed. The view shed is to the west and to the north. The garage is on the southern property boundary. The condo that is currently there is angled in such a way that is perfectly parallel with that garage, so it is not impeding the view sheds of the future development of the other residential, the townhomes, and the restaurant and marina. What's fascinating is that the stormwater is built in its entirety for capacity for the entire project being proposed. Not a portion of it, it's not getting phased, they're not gonna try to figure out if they can add more capacity to adhere to what it is that's already been approved and we're asking for. Stormwater is in the ground, full capacity for full build-out, including the 54 additional residential units, and it's functioning, and it has been successfully all these years. All right, third criteria, economic issues. Again, 17 years has gone by since the PUD was approved, 17 years. So that's how many different recessions, ups and downs of the economy, that's been global pandemics. The world has changed, the economy has changed, costs of materials have changed, labor has changed, the way things are shipped are changed, the monetary rates have changed. How to maintain property, let alone in Florida, that is waterfront, is a very intense endeavor. And the management. So, renovation of the gazebo, renovation of the marina store, building the restaurant, adding 54 units, that is the question, that is what is being asked. Tarek's already talked about value increases. The chamber has spoken on their own behalf. So ultimately, the current state of this project is completely reliant on the entire project being developed. It cannot function without these mixture of uses as intended on this site, as the city chose this land use for this purpose. So the fourth and final criteria is other unique circumstances. So we've got the geography, that's clear, it's epic. We've got the economics, it's in front of you. And we've got the environmental. So it's creative, it's less impactful, traffic study shows that, clean marina shows that, reducing the impacts to the residential neighborhood. This is not a commercial district, this is not 95, this is not US 1, this is Palm Harbor Parkway. So I ask you, why is the parking garage the only parking garage in the entire city of Palm Coast? Why was it approved, why was it permitted, and why was it built on this site? The only parking garage approved, permitted, and built in the city. Why is the tallest residential condominium building? It was approved, permitted, and built on the site. It's because the city understood the vision then. I believe you understand it now. The developer has delivered on the infrastructure, the maintenance of that infrastructure with the marina, the parking garage, the access, ingress, egress, the stormwater pond. The only way for this site to reach its total potential, based on your goals, objectives, and policies in your comprehensive plan and your land development regulations in your ordinance code, all support this. They're in your tables, they're in writing. It's not an interpretation, it's not my opinion. I'm actually reading from your regulations. So this is consistent with policy 1122. And Mr. Mayor and council members, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Does that conclude the applicant's presentation?
Yes, Mayor. To just make sure I respond to Nasa's comment about the criteria. The staff report covers the criteria. We believe the criteria is satisfied, the rezoning criteria. The only open question is consistency with the comp plan, which is dependent upon your application of the policy. So the reason we let this as the last slide in our presentation was this is, you need to make sure that all the criteria are met to your satisfaction, but the one that we're in disagreement with between staff and the applicant is the application of this policy, which is a policy decision that only the city council can make, applying the criteria to this project as opposed to how it was applied to the prior project. So I just wanted to make that point, and with that, we're done with our presentation.
So just before you finish, just to catch us up, I have to compliment staff and the applicant. This is as thorough a detailed presentation as we've seen in some time, and you've looked together at this project from top to bottom, bottom up, and left to right and sideways. A lot of information. Can you clarify for me what your ask is today at the conclusion of your presentation?
Well, our request is for approval of the MPD agreement as presented on December 16th, which allows for the 264 permitted units with a density increase of 432, subject to satisfaction of the 9 conditions in Section 10. That's the primary request, yeah.
Thank
you. So the agreement as presented to you is the ordinance, and Nasa, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the ordinance that's presented to you for approval today is an ordinance adopting that agreement. So that's
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Now, City Council, you can ask questions of staff or the applicant now, or we can go right to public comment and then go back to our questions and comments at your pleasure.
I'd prefer to go to public comment first.
Are we, do we have a consensus on that?
Yep, I think that's fine. I think after public comment, I just have a question for staff about the defensibility of policy 1.1.2.2 with the remarks that are basically on the slide right in front of us. I'd just love to get our staff's feedback and also potentially NASA as well.
Okay. All right, so with that said, we're going to reserve the City Council discussion and questions and go right to our public comment section for this item. So is there a member of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Please, yes, sir.
Thank you for having me. That's quite a lot of stuff to digest. But I'm Vince Coletti. We've been resident in Palm Coast 23 years. And my lovely wife, Noreen, here is with us today, too. And so we have the honor to live smack dab in front of the property. We live in Marina Cove, and I know you didn't recognize it, but at the very top of the elevation map is my unit. So we're going to see a lot of things over there. We want to see more. I think most of the people like to see more. I think it kind of boils down to the density question, and that's kind of going back and forth between the owner. I do appreciate that you reduced the property on the high-rise, because we would have been looking at a 8-story building about 300 feet away. So that's the good part of the plan. Couple side questions. The restaurant was up in St. Augustine mentioned. Catch is a very good restaurant, so that would be a good thing to have. So we're concerned about the density and the traffic. Now, several times you referenced the reduction from the old plan, the PUD. Well, I don't really care about the old plan. Maybe that was a bad plan to begin with. So tell me, and maybe it was answered earlier by this lady, what is going to be the increase from the existing traffic? I don't want the relativity difference up here. I want to know what's the increase. And I think it boils down to that center building. I don't think it's defined well enough, as far as my mind, to approve it. I think a hotel would be nice. Probably most of you know that Margaritaville is coming to Flagler Beach. And there's plenty of hotel operators. I would ask our developer to contact more than the biggest. Maybe it's somebody in between. And to see if that can be a viable hotel property. Because I think having it as a hotel reduces the density of traffic. I don't know if that's a true statement. Somebody can answer that for me, but I think that would help the cause. Because we live there, and what are we doing with the roads? What are we going to do with the traffic light? What are you going to do with the big oak tree that's a 100-year-old oak tree that stands right out my front door that I look at every day? Where does that go? So, and that's a selfish question because it's just for me. So Anyways, right now, I would say you need to go out there. If you haven't been onto the property, any of you up there, to do a 360 and just imagine all that compressed into that area. And how do you address that? We want something, I think most people want something done. We saw it from the beginning. I wish they'd done the hotel first. When they started back up, they didn't. They put it in the garage. And then obviously the economies at the time were not good, and we've had a couple cycles since that time. So my vote would be no until we kind of digest that middle unit better. So, and for the record, Mr. Tyner over here is a great guitar player, lead guitar player. For those that don't know, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Alan Lowe. I didn't actually expect to come up here today. Happy New Year to everybody. I have some questions and some comments. I'm probably the only person in this room and one of maybe a half a dozen to a dozen people in the city that have actually scuba dived under portions of the marina and around the docks, as I used to work on boats there. I also rent a unit at my warehouse to the gentleman that, one of the gentlemen that currently does boat maintenance underwater at the marina. The marina itself is in bad shape underneath. I believe that I heard earlier that there's a potential that the developer may want to sell the marina, and the city would get first refusal. The city should refuse first. You don't want it. It's a beautiful idea. The cost of fixing it is going to be tremendous, in my opinion. The pilings underneath are wooden and have rotted away. Not on the docks, on the marina. Also, we have a lot of open-ended questions. The hotel is a probably not. The restaurant is a definite maybe. And they're asking you to say, let's go ahead. Well, I would have trouble going ahead on a lot of questionable what will happen. And as the gentleman mentioned earlier, the traffic reduction over the existing PUD, well, that's great, but as he asked, and I'd like to ask too, what is the traffic increase over the existing traffic that's there? Because I also live in that area. I've been to the restaurant that used to be there, the hotel that used to be there. In 2 months, I will be a 40-year resident of Palm Coast. So I think there's some questions that you really need to ask, some things that you need to look at. The policy they mentioned that has no administrative rule connected to it, I think that should be fixed. And I think you should sit back, say no, until you come to a better consensus on the way things are going with this project. Although I am 100% in favor of economic development, they've reduced 37,000 square feet of commercial property to increase residential. And that's, to me, like rubbing your fingernails down a chalkboard. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
My name is Celia Puglisi, and I live right there by Clubhouse Drive. I was here on that meeting in 2005 under the administration of Mr. Canfield, and we did also have the Chamber of Commerce. Today we have Mr. Blasot representing again the Chamber of Commerce, cheering for the project with Centex. It was approved with flying colors. They were supposed to build the hotel and the 2 restaurants and the bar that we all enjoy and the hotel, right? You know what they did? They built all those high-rise units, the big garage, because the big garage was supposed to be so big because it was going to be housing the hotel to camp parking, right? That's why you have a big garage there. It was a big lie sold to us. And what is being said here reminds me exactly word by word what it was promised by Centex. We were promised the hotel, the 2 restaurants, the marina preservation, and the bar, and they only built condos, and they took flight, gone. It's the same thing that is happening now. We do not, I'm asking you, please vote no, because we don't know any more traffic. We don't need any more traffic on Clubhouse Drive, which is the little street. I don't care much about Palm Harbor Parkway because it's going to be widened, and it is different than Clubhouse Drive, for example, or Florida Park Drive. But this is going to bring a lot of traffic and a lot of pressure in our already kind of failing infrastructure, water, and sewer. We're having problems that our sewer pipes, which are plastic, and one fell in front of my house, and in 2 houses away from us at the end of our HOA, because they're plastic, they're failing. And you know, it takes a long time for the city to come, and though the city works so hard because they're overloaded and they are not prepared for this kind of failures yet, repairing those things. And you're gonna add more service to our old system. You need to go first and have this developed. Do not make changes to do not rezone, please. Do not, our planning department, be flexible. Okay, if I come and ask to build a house in one residence in Palm Coast, I gotta adjust to a set of rules. They are not gonna come to me. I'm not gonna go to their office and chat them and chit-chat them and see how we can be done with the chief the development officer or with Mr. Planner. They won't chit-chat with me to make it better for their better grid or my better grid, sir. You know, they won't chit-chat with them. They will have to set up. Try developers the same. Developers can talk here for hours, and we have 3 minutes to defend our quality of life because it's been destroyed. Safety, quality of life, and also our health. With all this growth that you never tried to control a little bit.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, good morning. My name is Jack Dixon, and I live at the Waterside Condominium. We, the residents, understand that the developers are seeking a new zoning agreement. The residents at Waterside are very concerned about parcel 2 and 3 of the proposed plan. The nature of rezoning would give the developers great flexibility without the input of the community. The density per acre currently proposed extraordinarily high at 26 units per acre. The surrounding properties have a density of an average of 7.9 per acre. The proposed high density should be unacceptable to all stakeholders and incompatible with the properties in the area. There are a lot of other questions pertaining to the proposed project which are of great concern to the residents of Waterside. Therefore, we are respectfully asking you to deny the application as presented. I respectfully recommend that the developer contact the neighborhood communities and schedule workshops per session to develop alternative proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker, please.
Morning, my name is Mike Solera. I live over on Cherry Court. My concerns are, how many bedrooms are these 54 or more units gonna be? If they're 2-bedroom, then you got a certain amount of people, but if they're 4-bedroom or something, you're gonna have more traffic, you're gonna have more people needing to go to school. So that should probably be brought up, how big they're gonna be and how many bedrooms they're gonna be. Also, I think that the traffic's gonna increase because you got Clubhouse, which is only 2 lanes, with a bridge it's 2 lanes. Those people are gonna have a hard time getting in and out of their residence when there's a lot of traffic. Excuse me. Also, the commercial property, it doesn't have the homestead exemption, so its taxes will probably keep going up for the city. Whereas if it's residential, they'll be locked in at 3%. And you won't have the kids having to go to school. If you have, homes there, they're gonna be more for school they're gonna need more school, and I think our school already system is kind of overloaded as it is. And then, kind of last, the hotel, I think, would be a better idea. For traffic would be less because you will have people staying there or doing things at the hotel or going to the beach and staying there instead of people that living there be going back and forth to work. Also, you'll get, I guess, a bed tax, which would probably help that. And there'd be more jobs. People would have to work at the hotel to clean the rooms and stuff like that. Whereas the condos also, again, you'll probably have kids where you're gonna have the school system, more resources, more people driving instead of, just having one family being there. You might have, a family with 2 or 3 kids. And I think that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and staff. I guess it's still morning. My name is Cliff Germano. I live on Christopher Court, very near this project, not within 300 feet, but close enough. And I rise today to speak against your approval of this item. I'm not against development. We all realize without development, none of us would be living here. I listen to the applicants' representatives make their proposal in the planning board and again today. They insisted that they're entitled to the increased density, and they infer that, if they don't get it, something terrible may happen. We may have to close the ship store, we may have to, stop the fuel pumps, we may have to do all these things if they don't get, because it's not economically viable unless they get their additional units. Well, I don't know. My understanding was that this property was initially approved as a planned development. Some of the property happened to be developed, again, like somebody mentioned. The residential was first, the parking garage to accommodate the condo unit, and pretty much nothing else was developed after that. It was changed in 2007 again, giving the developer more flexibility, and sat idle, developer sold it. Now, they want to increase the density up to 28 units an acre, which is double and more than, in some places, triple of what the other area had, what's around the area. They use the old standby, that the property owner has development rights. And to me, it just boils down to another bite of the apple. They got one bite of the apple when they got the PD initially, second bite in 2005, 2007, and now they're looking for another bite of the apple. The rationale they present is that the project is unique and special. The vague project they present is neither. The location of the property is unique and special, but what they're doing, what their proposal is just adding more residential units is nothing unique or special. The higher density and other aspects do not fit in the immediate neighborhood. God bless them. They're trying to maximize their profits, but developers make their money and they move on, leaving us, the residents, with long-term impacts such as increased calls for service, traffic, and other issues that we have to deal with so that they can make a few extra dollars. Again, I'm against this idea. I think something better could be worked out, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker?
Good morning. My name is Tom Fusco. I live in Waterside. I'm a boat owner. I'm concerned about the marina. At some point, well, let me digress. I heard discussions about breaking up the property into parcels, 5 or 6 different pieces. That if that's approved, that tells me at any point they could sell off any piece of that to somebody who could do whatever they wanted to do with it. The marina is something we're concerned about, or I'm concerned about. First right of refusal, if I tell you I want $5 million for it and you turn around and say no, what happens? We need to ensure that the marina stays within the control of Palm Coast. We need to ensure that the builder, or at least that proposal, a large percentage of it gets built that they're not in this just to sell off parcels of property to make profit and let somebody else worry about it. The walking trail, many of us are senior citizens. Maybe we don't walk as much as we should, but access to the waterfront is absolutely paramount to living over there. Building density, I think we beat that to death. Traffic, you got one lane in and one lane out of the property right now. You cannot expand the bridge, or at least I don't believe you could expand the bridge over Palm Harbor Parkway, so making a right going out of there is almost impossible. Making a left, there's no light, how are people going to get in and out? If you go there at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, cars are backed up over the other side of the bridge in both directions. People can't get in and can't get out. This all needs to be taken under consideration. This needs to be approved. This needs to be designed to be able to accommodate all the things that people need. I guess that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address City Council?
Hi, good morning, afternoon now. My name is Amy Listowski. I live in the C section here in Palm Coast. Moved here a few years ago. Actually did a lot of research about the area because I'm a real estate broker and I've seen how development changes an area. So I also attended all of the planning board on this project because I live in the neighborhood and we purchased there because it is a little bit more of a resort style community. And if you remember, our taxes sort of reflect that. Our property, like actual lots, are taxed higher, valued higher, as well as our homes. So we pay a lot more to live in that nicer community and to have it quiet and resort style. And we were expecting this developer to eventually build a hotel and resort style marina designation resort. And that's where we wanted to live, and that's what we pay for. And this project is pretty cut and dry to us. It's about profit. Their whole viability mention is about profit for them. That's why they want more units. And I personally, in my professional opinion, don't think that their idea of just units and not saying how many square feet or how many bedrooms or how many people, how can you look at how many cars are gonna go through there if it's 1-bedroom units, 2 bedrooms, how many children will move there and need to go to the schools? But this project shouldn't even be considered. Their plan, when they bought this property, had a plan where they can build a certain amount of townhouses, they can build condo hotels with a conference center. They can sell those units can be rented back as hotels, and they'll make plenty of money. This is really about just extra profit, greed. I know the economy changes, comes and goes, but they knew what they were buying when they bought it. And then to take the 4,500 waterfront homes and these few condo complexes that all had to stay within the zoning requirement and then turn it around and try and do something that's 3 times as dense and just expect to build it, sell half, maybe build a restaurant. There's no concrete plan. They won't commit to anything as far as hotels and restaurants. The parking garage was put there to accommodate that hotel, and now they just want to change it because they think they can make more money on rental properties. They told us in the planning board that it would be rentals. That's not fair to crowd that area. There's no in and outs for that. It definitely is not consistent with the development. It brings higher density. It's going to create an adverse effect on the community. It's in conflict of the best interest of the public, and it will create a hazard with the traffic. So thank you for your time. I hope you'll deny their application, and maybe they could revise it and not waste the planning.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Pawlowski. I live at 110 Clubhouse Drive, which is in Waterside as well. And I first want to say, I'm not opposed to a respectful redevelopment of the property. I've sat through this presentation now 3 times, twice at the planning board and this morning, and I don't think the current plan as proposed qualifies. As everybody else has indicated, the project is too large. It is certainly too tall. If you consider the buildings that are going to be built along Palm Harbor Parkway and how incongruent it is with the rest of the neighborhood. Waterside, Bella Harbor, Marina Cove, 2-3 stories high. And all of a sudden, we're going to allow a 6 or an 8-story hotel or apartment building right on Palm Harbor Parkway. I just don't think it's congruent and consistent with the area. Certainly, it's too dense. You know, quadruple the density of the surrounding neighborhoods. Again, like some other people have commented, I'm not really that concerned with what was approved in 2005 or 2007 and whether this is better or worse. In my opinion, it's obviously significantly worse due to the density, but even that plan probably wasn't very consistent with the existing neighborhood. So the other thing that hasn't been brought up is the original plan in 2005 was for condominiums. The new plan is for apartments. There's a significant difference there, significant difference in when somebody owns something versus when somebody rents something. I think that point needs to be considered as well. In attending the planning board meetings, the 2 planning board meetings I previously attended, there was a project of similar size and scope, but in a different location presented out on Moody Boulevard. The planning staff, and I once again want to commend the planning staff and all the hard work they do and to try to keep the rules consistent and to do their very best to give you guys the information you need to make a decision. I thought they did a great job. But another project was brought out on Moody Boulevard at the same planning board session, and it was a very high, very large apartment complex building. However, they had met with the staff, they had already agreed on all that, they'd met the criteria, the developer changed the plan to meet the criteria that's in the code. Presentation went through without a hitch. It was very well done, very respectful, not one person an objection. Same size project, but in a different location. It was more compatible with that type of development. There's absolutely no objection from the public. Project was approved. Excuse me. The other thing is there's other places. There's all kinds of land right around here where a project like that could be built. And so in summary, I'm just going to say we should not suffer a reduced quality of life in order to make a developer money. And this is the wrong project in the wrong place. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other speakers that would, yes, ma'am.
I'm Irina Belavin from Palm Coast Resort. Would like to say that I agree with everybody who said before that the project absolutely not done. It's not completely realistically built because, yes, the traffic is horrible, and if even they increase the amount of the units, it doesn't solve the problem. We have only one entrance to development, this 6 feet, 2 small line. And we have to have from the 5 units of garage, another from the Palm Coast Harbor, because that will help the cars to go in and out. If something happened, no fire cars, no emergency car can go in. If a hurricane and something happened, this amount of people cannot leave the area. That's physically impossible. The hurricane last shows that flooding was very huge. It fills all territory. Remember they showed that candy line? That whole line was filled, like on that side or around our building, then in another side. Imagine how that 30 townhouse can stay on that piece of land, which already will damage when water will rise. And I would like to say that that's absolutely no on the plan which is right now. That's supposed to be revised and make it better than it is right now. We have 505 acres on the east of the property, which doesn't even develop. Okay, if marina in a bad shape, build the marina there, It will be brand new, beautiful, the restaurant there, the legacy is around, and I don't know why we need so big and a good restaurant if we have a European village around, not full with the really people who is going to eat, only on the weekend, where it will be half absolutely empty. I am absolutely sure about that. So they have to revise, and I would like to mention, if if mistake was done 17 years ago to build 5 units garage, it doesn't mean we cannot change that mistake, and doesn't mean that we need to do another one. So please look careful and do what's better for our resident of Palm Coast. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
May I give this to the clerk, please?
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Blasset, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber of Commerce. Here to talk about the economic analysis that the Chamber produced about the JDI project. And I wanted to share some facts and data and research that we did, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, which is supposed to be talking about facts and data and research, not what we think is happening or we think what we see. The research that I'm presenting today is from the National Association of Home Builders, also the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, and the city's impact fee ordinance or resolution here in the city of Palm Coast. The first thing we did is we took a study that the National Association of Home Builders did a couple of years ago, and we went out and adjusted those data points for inflation based on the recommendations from the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. And the reason why we used that bank was because it had the most conservative number of 15% increase of inflation. We have a lot of people moving to Flagler County, and those people are bringing wealth with us. And so the first slide kind of speaks to 360 units would bring an additional $84 million worth of wealth to Palm Coast. Following slide, 1,220 jobs will be supported by 360 new units. These new jobs will create $59 million in new wages and salaries, and local business revenues will increase by $25 million with the 360 new units. And on that slide, we've got a photo of European Village, and the last speaker mentioned it. European Village needs the support of more units nearby. There's businesses going out of business in European Village. There's one good popular one in there, but that conversation needs to be focused more that these houses being located within a walkable retail commercial facility is important. Local sales taxes on fees, on the next slide, 360 units would generate $15.4 million in local sales taxes and fees. Impact fees created by 360 units, I've broken it down into the 5 different categories: $78,000 for law enforcement based on the number of units we're talking about, $431,000 to build new parks, somewhere between $885,000 to $1.1 million in transportation impact fees, $132,000 in fire impact fees, and nearly $2 million, up to $2 million in school impact fees. And so when we look at the economic analysis of what we're talking about here, we know what today looks like. All right, we're living it. Nothing's been built there for 15 years. The rules on that piece of land hasn't been changed for almost 2 decades. We continue to do the same thing. We're going to continue to get the same result. And so we're here to say that the Chamber's Board of Directors supports the JDI initiative. It's a unique project, a unique piece of land with unique challenges, but also unique possibilities. So we hope you join us, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any? Yes, sir.
Quite an interesting dialogue, Mr. Mayor, quite an interesting dialogue. My name is Tom Hellman, and my address is 146 Palm Coast Resort Boulevard, Unit 401. That is the condo building that's on the site. I am the president of the Palm Coast Resort Condominium Association Board of Directors, and we're located on the site, as I said. I'm here representing the board. Obviously, there may be different opinions, which we respect. but I'm here representing the board to indicate the board's support for the conceptual development plan for the Harborside site. The board supports the plan for the following reasons. This singular, if not unique, Palm Coast property west of the Intercoastal Waterway has remained underdeveloped, has been mentioned, for 15 years. Presently, the property consists of our well-maintained 72-unit condo building and other buildings and structures that have fallen into disrepair, including a parking garage, a waterfront pavilion, and a marina. In addition, the landscaping of the property has not been properly maintained. In time, without development, these problems will simply multiply. The development plan, which includes a restaurant and other upgraded amenities, would help make property prime real estate. As mentioned, this, in our view, would help maintain the site property and improve amenities, as well as potentially increase the value of our condominium owners' property. The development plan, as indicated, is more aesthetically pleasing in that the previously approved plan had lower buildings. Additionally, the separation of the commercial activities from residential units will reduce noise, decrease traffic, and increase security, impacting our condo building as well as other residential units as they are built. The board realizes there are concerns with respect to development projects, any project, as regarding impacts on traffic, security, infrastructure, and the like. Actually, at the second planning board meeting, Mr. Tyner addressed those, and what he said was that the concerns such as these would be addressed by city staff as part of subsequent review processes, including the detailed site plan and approval process, building approvals and the same. Summary: for the reasons stated above, the board supports the proposed development of the Harborside site. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
I live at 101 Palm Harbor Parkway, which is pretty much next door, and I'm also part of the European Village.
And your name for the record?
Scott Campion. And I'm on the board of the European Village Commercial Association. I support the project. We support the project. I would say we would like to see the restaurant for sure, and we would like to see the hotel if possible, but we do support the project. Short and sweet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
Morning. My name is John Muller. I'm a resident at Palm Coast Resorts, a neighbor of Tom Hellman. He has said the board supports the development. The board does, but you should know that we conducted a survey of our board owners. I did it myself, working with some other owners, and overwhelmingly, 73% of half of the owners I surveyed said, we do not support it. And I can go into the reasons, but it's in the report I gave you. The other thing you should know is a second measure came up that we used. I didn't schedule it. We had a board election. And during the board election, our president ran to be reelected after 6 years. He, too, was overwhelmingly put out of office by a vote of about 73%. So if you want to know, I think if you want to know how the community really is reacting to this, I think it's not favorable. Now, mention something else. We have over and over gone back and made comparisons to a zoning code that I think was written prior to 2008. I think I heard the year 2005. If anybody thinks that those zoning codes were not written with high expectations, you should call Bobby Ginn. He built more buildings around here, and they failed because real estate expectations were so high. And the reason development hasn't occurred for 15 years is how long did it take before the Ginn buildings out on Ocean Hammock were able to be finished. I just think that the comparisons that are made are just, in my view, unfair. I would also tell you that a density of 25 units compared to the reality of today, and you've heard this over and over, the average reality, you heard it from the planning board, is probably an average of around 8. as is the volume. I've asked repeatedly, why don't we build a table model so we can see what this looks like? That 8-story, 200-unit apartment building, in my mind, is a disaster. And when you charge what they've said, which is $25,500 to $42,000 a year, the people who live in this community, the service workers, the nurses, the hospital workers, the restaurant workers and so forth, they're not in a stage of their careers yet that they can come close to living there. You could end up, if you're not careful, and he's here, having an empty European Village rental apartment complex on your head. And I can't imagine you don't know that. I would ask you to compare a lot of what this is to today, not to a code and not to a real estate developer's professional valuators and spokespersons. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Any final speakers to address City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Hi, my name is Bob Cursetta. I'm president of the Waterside Condominium, Clubhouse Drive. That's 114 Clubhouse Drive. I arrived here in 06, 07. I became president of that association. I'm also previously in my life a developer, a commercial builder in upstate New York. Lots of experience dealing with ZBA boards and planning commissions. Any proposed project for this site must meet the parameters of the city's comprehensive plan. It must be compatible by design and use for this area of the city. Currently, the condominium communities in the surrounding area have an average of 8 units per acre. Currently, this area is a makeup of condominium communities providing financial stability through ownership. Condo communities, through regulations, are required to be well-maintained. An apartment house building is not compatible to this area. The demand for apartments will slow down as the industry overbuilds supply. When markets soften, rents start to fall. When this occurs, apartment house operators fall short of revenues. And slowly, but surely, the property deteriorates. This has been true in our economy on several occasions. Apartment house projects have a tax incentive to shelter profits through depreciation schedules allowed by the IRS. This is a tax incentive for condominiums and, excuse me. And that's a tax incentive for developers of this nature. Condominiums and townhouse units will provide the best economic long-term impacts benefiting our community through individual ownership. The applicant has requested a zoning change providing separate smaller parcels within the overall site, giving them great flexibility to sell smaller parcels off to other developers. This is a marketing strategy called flipping the approved site. We have a few other concerns and observations. The marina is, and I don't want to be redundant, but we all know about the marina, how important it is. We're talking about the traffic impacts, schools, mitigation cost, and how that may benefit. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Elaine Rishoff. I am a full-time resident at Palm Coast Resort. I am an original owner at Palm Coast Resort. When my husband and I purchased our unit in early 2008, we were well aware that all further development had ceased due to the current economy. We were happy about that because we had this wide open area and nothing in front of us blocking it. That was 15 years ago. I think now it's time to start developing.
Our gorgeous open land has not been maintained properly, and buildings have fallen into disrepair to include the area around our well-kept building. If what the developer has proposed will happen, we will once again have a thriving marina, as well as residential properties and restaurants that will enhance both our property and surrounding area. My husband and I both support this proposed development. And being a full-time resident at Palm Coast Resort, Mr. Mueller had stated that he surveyed half the residents, and 73% does not agree to this development. Again, that's half of the residents, and it's 73%. That's not 73% of all the residents. But I do have to say, even though I am for this development, I personally am not thrilled with the high density of the proposed development also. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. So I'll ask again, are there any additional members of the public that would like to address City Council on this agenda item at this time?
Good afternoon. My name's Tim Donahue. I live in the C-section and walk by this area daily and have been a property owner here for over 10 years. I want you to know that a few years ago I took the Citizens Academy and was very impressed with the way government is run here, and also very impressed with the competence and professionalism of your staff. And all I want to say is that you should listen to what they say. They have the training, they have the experience, and I think they have the interest of the citizens of the city at heart. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else that would like to address City Council at this time?
Hello, everybody. My name is Lee Monroe, and I've been living here since 2010. And when I moved to Palm Coast in 2010, we started investing in commercial real estate, me and my wife. And the first place we invested was in the European Village, and everyone told me not to go there. They're like, it's dangerous, it's not a good place. But I believed in the place, and we invested in, we opened a few restaurants in there. For me, I think the project is great because you can't stifle growth, because Palm Coast is going to grow regardless. And the whole reason I came here, I thought they were going to put up a hotel. You know, and a hotel will really benefit the European Village because it's right down the street from us. So I don't know if they're going to revise the plan or just if they're going to just do the residential places. And I want to know, like, how much are the condos going to be? Are they rentals? Are they selling them outright? And what's the starting point of the condos? And, you know, what kind of people are going to be moving in there? You know, what kind of tax bracket? So we have no idea. And they didn't state that today at all. They didn't state how much the condos are going to be, what their starting point is, you know? So I don't know what else to say, but they never addressed that issue. So are they going to be rentals, or are they going to be rentals, or are they going to be?
So address your comments here, and the applicant will have a chance to respond to your question. So please finish your public comment.
No, that's it, and I have nothing else to say, and I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any additional? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'll try to make this very brief. My name is Dennis Ryan. I live in Waterside. I get the impression from listening to everyone's in agreement that there should be a development going in there, a project. But I get the sense, too, that what we need to keep our eye on the ball is the density of units that they want to slam in there. There is a profitability factor. I'm sure that they can make profit at a lower density. They're giving you a veiled threat that if they don't get their way to be able to slam in 26 units per acre, that it's not going to be viable for them, and they'll walk away, and then we'll have an empty lot again. So please keep your eye on the ball. Don't fall for their threats. We want a development project, but we want one sensible and that fits with the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else that would like to, okay. Is there anyone else that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one approach the dais, I will close the public comment section of this meeting. And it's now 12:30. With City Council's agreement, we'll have the applicant respond to questions now before we break. Does that work for everybody? Okay. Is the applicant prepared? I want to give the applicant the opportunity to respond to questions that were asked by the public. So are you prepared to do that?
Yes, sir. This is Tarek Batey again. We're ready to do so. And we'll do our best to avoid duplication. So I think the overriding theme from those questions and comments was density, which I think we've thoroughly addressed from a comprehensive plan and land development code standpoint, as well as from a functional, operational, and maintenance standpoint in having a need for scale, as well as financial scale to manage costs both of development, construction, and operations and maintenance. So again, to the question of I'm sure, or the statement rather, I'm sure they could do less units and still make money. We're not so sure, and it's our money at risk. We have a high degree of confidence in what we've proposed. We don't want to spend our time, our effort, or money on something that will not be successful. That's bad for everyone involved. There's a comment about a beach hotel. I believe Margaritaville, there's just a big difference in hotel demand from consumers, whether you're staying on the beach versus the intracoastal. Both are beautiful places, but the beach just simply has far more attractiveness and far more demand. There were also a number of comments regarding traffic. We've provided the letter from our traffic engineer and showed on screen those calculations and the difference between the PUD and the MPD. We have not submitted a traffic study per se. The traffic study and the methodology for that traffic study are things that occur later in the development and review and approval process handled by city staff, and that's really done at the subdivision or site planning level of review rather than the rezoning level of review. So rest assured, that will occur, that will get everyone's eyes on it, and there are criteria there that will need to be met. So if there needs to be another turn lane or a traffic light or whatever, that will be addressed, otherwise development will not be allowed to proceed. Comment about the bad underwater shape of the marina, that we take that to heart. I don't know that we technically know the full extent, but that's something we've got to figure out, quantify, and execute upon. We are not going to build a grand project like we're planning and let any component of it, much less the marina component, stay in a state of disrepair. We fully intend to rectify that. Let's see, there was some discussion about, maybe perhaps too much flexibility in the development plan and doubts about a restaurant. Again, from a zoning context, there's simply nothing more that we can do other than to specifically reserve land for a restaurant and commit to building a restaurant on it, or having no other option and have it lie vacant and frankly be a waste of our resources. So, we addressed that earlier, but that's everything we could possibly do in terms of a restaurant, and we don't take that lightly at all. Let's see, density. In terms of compatibility, I think Jay Livingston addressed the compatibility issue very well. And so, our proposed density is actually 24.5 units per acre, or a shade underneath that, which is just simply 432 units divided by the total site area of 17.64 acres. So that's the proposed density on a units per acre basis. But in terms of compatibility, again, both Laura and Jay addressed the fact that the relevant section of the comprehensive plan addresses exceptions to go beyond 15 units per acre. And so by definition, any application of that comprehensive plan policy is going to be in excess of any surrounding properties or any surrounding neighborhood, which doesn't also apply that very policy. Definitionally speaking, that's just how it is. But more so, you know, again, there's a reason you have an existing parking garage and an existing condo tower. And I would also like to point out that while the focus has, in the public comment, been on the number of residential homes, what really matters isn't so much the number, it's how does it all work and how does it all fit together? How is it planned? How is it designed? How does internal circulation work? How does traffic work? How does parking work? How does safety and security work? We believe we have addressed all of those points in our site plan and in our development agreement very, very well. It's, again, we've put a lot of emphasis on that, a lot of thought, a lot of effort went into that arrangement for our site plan. So it's not merely about numbers, it's about design. We think we've been very thoughtful and very creative on the design. There's a question about number of bedrooms, and I think that was eventually leading into number of occupants per unit. We generally see our target demographic for the residential component of this property to be what I'll call more mature. Frankly, mostly 55 plus. We think that means very few, if any, school-age children, probably negligible, if any, impact upon schools. Certainly, if there is an impact, we have to pay for that via impact fees and other measures that are in place. And same thing for traffic and parking demand, frankly. We see a lot of retirees, a lot of empty nesters, a lot of single occupants who may elect to have a 2 or perhaps even a 3-bedroom unit, even though they're a single occupant. You have many more work from home people now, and so we don't see a high per unit resident profile occurring here. That's extremely unlikely, and it's not what we're intending to build. It's not really a zoning question either, but the question was asked, and we wanted to answer it. You know, with that, there was also some differentiation made between rental housing and for sale housing. In all likelihood, we will have a mix of both. We anticipate some for sale product and some for rent product. In either case, it will be very top-end luxury. There is a need in virtually every community in the state of Florida, a real need for affordable and workforce housing. This is not that project. This is a luxury product. It cannot be anything else. The finances and the economics simply do not permit it. And while everyone should have the opportunity to enjoy the waterfront via the marina, via the restaurant, public beaches, etc., this is not the project for affordable or even workforce housing. This is a project for luxury housing. So yes, the rents will be high. The sales prices, there's a question asked about that. You know, for sale prices, we anticipate well north of 600 or even 800,000, depending upon all the details of the project. In terms of rental rates, what I said before still holds true. We believe well in excess of $2,000 per month for rent for probably even the smallest unit, the smallest home at the project. In terms of how that interplays with property taxes and economic benefits directly into city coffers, yes, it's of course true that homesteaded property enjoys a cap, and eventually, once the homes are built and sold and full-time residents with a homestead exemption live there, those yearly increases in property taxes will be capped at 3%. We don't anticipate every person buying a home at this project to be a full-time resident with a homestead exemption. We anticipate some will not, and certainly the base level increment on taxes goes way up once you construct a home on it as compared to the vacant land today, and then to the extent that it's rental housing, there is no homestead exemption on rental housing. That can go up 10% a year. So the chamber provided some projections on taxes, I believe, as did we. Those are anticipated to increase over time. What we gave you today is what we call the untrended. If it were built and leased up or built and sold today, what would the taxes be? Those are those projections. Let's see. Without being duplicative, there's been some mention, traffic light we covered. You know, there was some talk about profit motives. The reality is simply, if there's simply no profit to be had whatsoever, it's not going to get done by us or whoever may succeed us. So there's got to be some rational degree of profit there. Not everybody loves it, but it is a reality. And there's talk about going back to the density, and there was some talk of height. Our proposed height is well below the currently approved height in all instances, without exception. So this is a downzoning in every sense, with the exception of 54 additional residential units. There was discussion about traffic access and I think some emergency access. We have worked extensively with staff and are in agreement with staff that there will be at least one additional emergency access point provided in the project. And we think we may be able to provide 2, which is more than is needed, but we're happy to do it.
Could you explain what you mean by access point?
Sure. So there's the existing access point on Palm Harbor Parkway where all the traffic currently goes. Once we exceed a certain number of residential units, I believe there's a provision in the code requiring a secondary access point for emergency purposes only, basically so emergency vehicles can get in if there's a fire or something, and in the event the main access point on this shown on the slide is blocked.
Not for residents to leave?
In the event of an emergency, they certainly could. In an event of emergency, there effectively are no rules, right? And so the code provision or the regulations pertaining to emergency access points necessitates that there be some place other than the existing entrance for a fire truck or an ambulance to enter the property, as well as extract people from the property. And so that's currently envisioned to be just north of the existing access point on Palm Harbor Parkway. We believe there's also opportunity south of the existing access point on Palm Harbor Parkway to provide yet another one where you would traverse south of the retention pond towards the southwest corner of the parking garage.
And someone during public comment mentioned the walkway along the water.
Yes.
Which is something you guys don't want to do.
Sorry?
Something you guys don't want to do, correct?
There is an existing paved, let's call it sidewalk or walkway, on the very eastern portion of the property. But that is private property. There is no public easement on it. I believe staff has referenced that under certain conditions, the city may be willing to abandon the walkway easement on the eastern portion of the property, but we have a title insurance policy, which we've recently updated, and we have a survey, which we've also recently updated. None of those could find any reference to any sort of public walkway easement. So what we will do, however, is provide, and this is already required by code, we do it anyway, robust public circulation, pedestrian circulation inside our project with sidewalks, both for the benefit of the residents inside the project to get to different parts of the project by walking, as well as the public who may walk over from European Village or just wherever else that want to go to the restaurant or the marina. So we'll have robust public circulation.
Okay, thank you. Counselor, would you, with those last comments to public comment, we've strayed away from our strict responsibility to deal with the zoning issue. Can you reel us in a little bit and help us? I mean, there's been comments about rent rates and all kinds of things like that. Can you kind of reel us back into to our target here?
Sure. So you're right, Mayor. Some of these items that are being discussed as far as rental rates or cost of units, those are not something that can be considered when you're looking at this rezoning matter.
And I don't mean to say that they're unimportant. I don't want anybody to misunderstand
No, not
me.
at
They're
all.
very important to quality of life and lifestyle. However, this city council has a very specific responsibility at this moment in time. Okay.
That's correct. And your responsibility is to review those sections and criteria of the code that staff and the applicant have talked about in the comprehensive plan and to determine whether or not the request as provided by the applicant meets those criteria. I will say too, I know Councilmember Clufus had a question, so I don't know if you want me to answer that now. I'm happy to.
Yeah, I was just curious on the justification of, what was it, 1.1.22, there was a slide that had green explanations on why this project actually met all that criteria. I was just curious if you had any rebuttals or rebukes that would just be helpful to the council where, you know, there's three sides to every story, and I'm sure that these responses were written in the highest of light. I was just curious on your professional opinion on those responses.
Well, I'm not going to comment on those responses specifically, because my job as the city attorney up here is to help the city council navigate their way legally through the process. I am not an advocate for the city's position nor the applicant's position, but what I will say, and the question I thought maybe to answer it, and maybe this can help provide some clarification, is that it's very clear that in the table in policy 1.1.1.2, it states clearly that the MPD zoning district max density is 15 units an acre if it's located within the mixed-use district. Okay, that's clear. That's the maximum. What policy 1.1.2.2 does, and both staff and the applicant agree to this, is that it can be applied to increase density or intensity. Intensity is when we're talking about commercial. Density is when we're talking about residential. It can be used to increase that if those conditions that were referenced on that slide are met. So both staff and the applicant agree that this policy can do that. What this policy, it does not provide a maximum, a total maximum. If you utilize this policy, the max is 20 units an acre or something like that. It does not do that. But what it does say is that if you meet these certain things, you can have more than 15. But it doesn't tell you how much more. So the question here, staff's professional opinion is that if you do X, Y, and Z, that so much more is 18.5, I think, units an acre, 18 and change units an acre. And the applicant's analysis is, well, if we do these things, they're not really the same, but some of them are some of the same things. We can get 25 units an acre, 24 units an acre. So really it's a question of how the city councils, when looking at this policy in particular, how you value those items that are required in that policy based on that policy, what they've provided, and the other comprehensive plan policies and land development code requirements that are also required when you look at this, because it's not the only thing you should look at. It's looked at in conjunction with these other things. So I don't know if that helps navigate what we're looking at here.
Absolutely, and just some of the criteria for the possibility to go above and beyond these initial ceilings, it's a little bit subjective, you know, like these words creative and unique, and, you know, I agree this is an absolutely unique and beautiful plot, but like in the context of an actual legalese, I was uncertain, but I think you helped navigate that. Thank you.
And you're right, it is subjective. What creativity is may be different to every one of you, but hopefully you can discuss and come together.
Understood. Thank you.
So if you would like, we can kind of go down the line here and talk about those comments in advance of a motion.
Mayor, just one thing before we do. The applicant has answered questions. Staff also should get the opportunity, and then we can bring it back to council.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Staff, would you like to respond to
just a
the
few
applicant's
things.
response?
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, again, I think, you know, the initial plan that was approved and what's proposed is a totally different project. So, you know, we're applying 1122 to this application, to this project. And that again, NASA said, gave a really thorough explanation of what the primary issue is. But I do want to call out the applicant's planner had mentioned policy 1113. And basically, when she was talking about a maximum of 20% of the total area of this loom designation, 33% of residential units can occur at a density equal to or greater than 15 units. It's not a shall in there, it's a may be zone. This isn't a standard that we have in our land development code that we can just apply. You know, if that was the case, there was a lot of projects that could have complied with this. This is definitely a policy issue. We've only used it once. The policy 1113 is just a limitation that DCA, the Department of Community Affairs, wanted us to add to the comp plan, so we're not exceeding our maximum intensities and densities of our comp plan. So 1122 is where we are having, you know, a difference of opinion with the applicant as far as density. As far as the plan, you know, a multifamily project, the plan, we have good assurances that, yes, the transportation, the trips will decrease. We just got the traffic impact statement on Friday. We haven't reviewed it, but lessening those entities clearly. There's a lot of technical things that would happen during the site plan, but the real primary issue, again, is the 1122 policy difference. And again, staff just applied what was done with the original project of a 22% increase of the floor area ratio. And then if they met those standards, we would recommend to do what we did before. So that's where we are.
Okay, so Mr. Tyner, since you brought it up, I'm going to ask this question now. You've opted to use the policy 1122 over policy 1113. 1113 looks like it's actually the introduction and sets the stage for the policies that follow. I did not see the word may in there. I did see the fact that density equal to or greater. I just want to make sure I understand the flavor, and I know you all have done a wonderful job looking at this detail from every possible angle. I'm trying to look at the flow of the comprehensive plan and how it was envisioned and how it was written, and I don't want to taint it or sway it, but the correct order of the comp plan as it's written, at least my copy, shows that equal to or greater than 15, assuming that those conditions are met, precedes any other comment in the comp plan in this section.
A maximum of 20% of the total land area within this flume designation citywide may be zoned or developed for residential uses with a maximum of 33% of residential units occurring at a density equal to or greater than 15 units per acre.
Okay, so you're taking the may up in the...
That's right.
Not referring to the 33%.
No, it's a may. And
Is another interpretation of the language.
It is
Which is why, and the reason I bring it up, so the policy decision is coming here, make no mistake about it, everyone, to city council members. That's where this is coming to decide how we as a group will define this policy. There's a lot of subjective information that we've heard, so it will come to us for that. So I appreciate that. In order to get to a motion, in order to have discussion, is there any other comment that you would like to have at this time? I don't want to get into discussion until we have a motion, but is there anything else you would need before I ask for a motion? And that motion would set us up for discussion.
I don't need anything else. I'm ready to get to the motion part.
Just a technical question.
Yes, please.
The traffic, I don't know it's not a traffic study, but the traffic documents provided by the applicant as well as the Palm Coast parking garage graphic and the slides provided by Mr. Blase, are those able to be considered technically by us today?
You're able to consider them, yes. The type of weight you give them and whether or not they're considered competent substantial evidence is not the question that you've asked me,
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
But yes, you can consider those.
I just have a couple of comments. Thank you so much for the presentation, which was very thorough. And I don't know if it was mentioned whether JDI has done a project of this, like this before?
Tarek Batey again. Yes, numerous times. Typically in a more urban context, though we have another one going on right now in Northwest Arkansas. Frankly, much larger, contains residential, hotel, office, retail, mixed use with structured parking.
Can you tell me where they've been built, these type of projects? What areas?
That one currently ongoing is in Northwest Arkansas, just outside Bentonville. I have done several in Metro Atlanta. And we have an affiliate construction company who has been the general contractor on many such projects in Houston and elsewhere.
Okay, but just look at this, because my concern is that it has a lot of moving parts to it. Okay, we're talking about a hotel, we're talking about a restaurant, we're talking about townhouses, we're talking about residential units. And my concern was, and some of these questions have been answered, whether they were going to be owner-occupied units or rental units, and you have answered that. So what I think is that the JDI should take into consideration the concerns of the surrounding residents and how it's going to affect their day-to-day living and lives. So I think that's important, but I think it's a great project.
Councilman, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know if Tarek wanted to
No, I'm
respond.
done.
Okay, Councilman.
Would Tarek like to respond, or am I good to go? I'm
I
good.
thought there was a
You have a
question,
question?
but
I do. And it's specifically, it's for staff and also the applicant. If we're trying to build consensus here, it seems like, you know, our staff obviously is recommending that this isn't something we would move forward with. My question to staff and also JDI, where's the middle ground that you would be willing to be able to recommend that this project actually move forward? Obviously, we're at a standstill here where we have, you know, two core pillars where, you know, it's a line in the sand, but is there give and take in the situation? Does the applicant feel that there's a middle ground? I don't think that there's any discrepancies in our thinking that a project here would be a good thing. It's just the density. My question is, just putting it on the table, is there a middle ground where staff would be comfortable recommending this project move forward, where the density potentially may be above what we had put inside of a recommendation and what the applicant would be able to back down from? Is there a middle ground here, or is this more along the lines of this has to be at this density for these economics to work and for the economies of scale to work? Or is it something where our staff says we can't go a bit above this number because it opens up a whole nother can of worms? Is there a middle ground? And I know it's kind of a tough question to put out there, but in the sake of trying to come to a consensus.
Mr. Klufas, you know, when we are analyzing this policy, when we went back from the planning board, we provided those 8 criteria because what we really want to do is try to work with the applicant. What makes this project different, right? This is a policy that can be utilized to increase the densities and or intensities. So, you know, I mean, when you compare the two, it is a fairly debatable policy, right? So, you know, what staff relied upon, and it's the only thing that we can rely upon because we only did it once, and that was a direction from, you know, city council then of approve this same piece of property, this same land at a 22% increase. So that's where staff is on that, and it is a fairly debatable policy, clearly, that density, there is no max like our city attorney had stipulated. So yes, you can go above that, but our professional opinion and our analysis is based on our past and consistency of what we did in the past. But it is a policy that there's nothing in the comp plan that says you can't exceed those 18.3 units.
Understood. And my question would be, with all of the historical, you know, professional experience you guys have here, which is tremendous, and that's why we put so much emphasis on, you know, what we're extracting out of staff. Is there a viable limit that you could say, potentially not even in a professional capacity, but where do you feel comfortable with us exceeding that limit? Like, there has to be a line in the sand where you can say, like, okay, this is okay, but this is too far. And I feel like we're at 2 separate standstills right now.
So if I could just interject.
Yeah.
I think you're asking for an equation that's based on subjective variables.
Yes.
I'm not sure it's appropriate, and you may not agree with me, to ask staff for a finite solution to the equation. I think Mr. Tyner was clear and very transparent about the restrictions that they've worked under, having had only one prior example and having to stick within the framework which has been in those books for a quarter of a century.
Yep.
And I know that we are also, in our strategic action planning process, we've actually built in there a plan going forward where we will open up the strategic action plan to not just to city council, but to the public, to everyone, so that we can, it's time to look forward and update so that some of these subjective languages are reeled in so that, for example, 15 units with no ceiling, I mean, the sky's the limit, but that's what was written, and that's why the comprehensive plan that exists today is what staff has to abide by, but is perhaps past its prime, and we will have to look forward. I don't know if that helps a little bit.
Did completely, and it absolutely does. I'm just really struggling to find the difference in the material, the feel of the two different densities, and where perhaps the expertise of our staff or anyone else, where you really feel the difference, and that's what we're coming down to, is that from what we heard from the audience, it seems like a project here is something that everyone wants, but it's just too dense, and the feeling of that density, whether it occurs at 15 units or the ceiling of 28 units per acre, where does that feel kind of shift between acceptable and not palatable? And I think that's something we all have to answer for ourselves, but that was something I was hoping to ask.
So, and I appreciate that.
Mayor,
Thank you very much.
I just want to ask the applicant one more question.
Go ahead.
You mentioned projects that you've done in Atlanta. I lived there 8 years. Can you tell me what projects you've done?
Sure, the W Atlanta Downtown Hotel and Residences, if you're traveling southbound on I-75-85, you'll see that building, which has condominiums on top of the hotel.
I know it.
Yeah.
The electronic billboard in the middle, then you have the Ernst & Young office building next to it. We did all that. This is not as the JDI entity, but my prior experience as a developer. Southern Company building behind it. We owned a lot of lands. We owned close to 10 contiguous city blocks surrounding that, as well as other mixed-use projects in the central perimeter submarket of Atlanta.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, I don't know if I misinterpreted or interpreted. Are you at a point where you are willing to make a motion so that we can move to discussion if there's a second?
Sure, I'll make the motion to move forward.
So I'm going to ask council to help with the motion. First, make the motion.
What the motion is, just for discussion purposes, I'll make the motion to move forward and approve this applicant. Is that significant enough?
I think
Well,
you would have to, council help with this. You have to define your reason why.
Right, so, because we have, the records for denial now, we need to put on the record for approval, which, and the applicant, in your mind, if you're making the motion, potentially has done that. I know you're doing this for purposes of discussion, so I would suggest that, the motion read, move to approve the MPD agreement submitted on December 16th, 2023, as it is consistent and complies with the following comp plan provisions: Objective 1.1.2, Policy 1.1.13, Policy 1.1.2.2, as discussed on as more specifically discussed on page 14 of the applicant's presentation, and that the application meets the requirements of Section 2.5.5 and Section 2.9.4 of the Land Development Code.
Virginia, I hope you got all that.
It's recorded. Okay.
Well, I will make that motion.
So Vice Mayor Danko has made that motion, and he did note for purposes of getting us to discussion. So I'm going to ask City Council, is there a second to that motion?
I will second that motion for discussion, yeah.
So Councilman Kloufis has seconded the motion. Now we can move to discussion of the motion. So you were good enough to...
You sticking it on me again?
Well, I'm going in order here. So I'll okay, go ahead.
So I want to thank staff for its presentation. I also want to thank the applicant. And I'm sort of where Nick is, sort of like, is there some place we can get to today to make everyone happy? Perhaps we can, perhaps we can't. I do know that it's been 15 years, and I understand the applicants need to make a profit. You're not going to come in here in these changing times and lose money. And the uncertain economic future we have is clear. cost of materials, the cost of construction, the changing marketplace. Yeah, we'd all like to have a hotel there. No question about it. I'd love to have a hotel there. Can we attract one? We'll have to wait and see what happens. Things change. We've all seen that. So I understand the applicant's concern. I believe if we don't come to some sort of agreement, the applicant will probably walk away because you're not going to lose money. So I'm hoping we can narrow this down a bit today and get a little bit closer because we all agree on the one thing. We want something there. I'm pleased to hear that you're going to take care of that marina. I think what Alan Lowe pointed out, I've never scuba dived there, but if it needs repair, obviously it's an essential part of this whole project. You can't have the marina collapse into the water. The restaurant, I think we need a restaurant. I like your idea of quality, but affordability. I also think this project, we need to build something there because it's going to be beneficial to European Village, without a question of a doubt. So I like the fact that this will increase our tax collections, our tax revenue, the impact fees. We need more money. We need more money coming into the city to maintain other things. So I'm impressed with that. But I would like to see us find some path to move forward, and that's what this discussion is about.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilperson Pontieri?
Thank you.
Are you all okay, or do you need a break at this point? Good? Keep going?
I'm fine. So I'm going to speak out in opposition to approval. I'm concerned not about the use of this project, but about the density. And both policy numbers 1.1.2.2 and 1.1.2.3, which was put forth by the applicant's planner, the max density should be capped at 15 units per acre unless the criteria spoken about by both sides, which can be met by agreeing to the standards proposed by the city staff, is met to qualify this project as a creatively planned project. The problem, in my view, is that we don't have any certainties by the applicant at this point. We have a lot of likelies, we have a lot of mays, and I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm uncomfortable as somebody who represents our residents, and I'd like to see more certainty, and for that reason, I would like to see city staff and the applicant go back to the drawing board and try to come to a reasonable compromise on this. I think we today are faced with the false ultimatum that it's either this way or no way, and I do think that there is some wiggle room. I am very grateful for the presentations put forth by both the city staff and the applicant. I think they're very well thought out, and I can tell that there's been a lot of work put forward so far. But I think that more work can be done in order to both develop this project that has remained vacant for 15 years and also quell the concerns of the incredibly increased density of 25 units per acre. I want to develop this site as well. I know a lot of the residents have spoken out about wanting to develop this site. It will help us commercially for European Village. But I think that we're setting a bad precedent if we sit here today and are not mindful of what the code says. If we say that this qualifies as a creatively planned project, that this sets a precedent for what other developers can do in the future. And I'm not willing to go that far. I'm especially not willing to go that far at 10 units an acre. I think that that's an incredible jump, and the city has been gracious by offering to deviate from 15 units an acre to 18. And that may not be enough to turn the profit that the developer is looking for, but I'm not willing to make the jump at 10 and to set that precedent by adopting an ordinance that would allow that.
Yes, excuse me. I'm pretty much in agreement with Councilwoman Pontieri that I feel that the project needs to be looked at a little bit closer, and we need to come to an agreement that is going to work for the residents that live in this community now and for your organization, your company. Of course, you want to make a profit, but we have to make sure that it's going to work for the community and the residents of that area as a whole. That's my opinion, and I am here to serve the community, so we need to make sure that it's going to be workable for all parties involved.
Councilman, just before you comment, I have a question for staff. The process, in response to Councilperson Pontieri's desire to have more detail, the site planning process is a future step. Is that your experience? Can you help me understand that a little better?
Yeah, the site plan is a future process, but I think the council member was talking about the criteria that would comply, that staff believe comply with 1122. And we agree that there was some loose language in there, may do this, may do that. So I think I heard direction that we go back and potentially look at that criteria to make it a little bit tighter and some assurances that that criteria would be established, because that's step one of complying with 1122. And then step two of that would be what the density would be.
And Mayor, I'm happy to clarify that as well. That's exactly right, Mr. Tyner. My concern is not about the site plan itself. It's about the fact that we have to justify a deviation at these 9 standards that the city staff put forward that they proposed were to justify that deviation, and the applicant came back with a counterproposal that doesn't accept those standards and has very loose language with regards to, number one, what they will in fact do and the timing within which they will do it. And that's why I'm not comfortable with adopting the specific way that this is currently written.
Mayor, if I could interject too, I am not, there is some language that was added to the draft attached to the ordinance that from a legal standpoint, I'm not comfortable with either. So I would like to, not necessarily, I mean, I think there are some conditions, but there's also one change that was made that I would like to see made and a couple other clerical things to clean up in the actual agreement as presented.
Does that potentially mean that we're looking at tabling the motion for a time certain? I feel very uneasy if our counsel is telling us that there's something in the that we're looking at right now that she doesn't feel comfortable with.
Mr. Mayor, could I withdraw my motion and basically allow Nick to make that motion that you just
Or
suggested?
Ms.
Because I
Ponteri, if
feel
you'd like
that
to.
if we have some language problems,
Okay, just
we
before
may
you, hold on one second, before you do that. So, Mr. Tyner, so I understand clearly your previous statement. So to go back, and I'm not sure what that means, tighten up the language. In other words, to go back and negotiate density, is that what I'm understanding? Because it seems to me that despite all the public comment and all the things that we understand, what this is a density question, period.
Yes, it's complying with 1122 as far as those elements of meeting that policy.
It's agreeing to the
those items.
Yeah, to the language. In other words, having a common understanding of the language that policy has. So does that mean that you would then speak to the applicant about moving closer to the middle? I think as both Councilman Danko and Vice Mayor Danko and Councilman Kloufis have kind of put forward?
We will definitely have a discussion with the mayor, and also too, just to note that, you know, we've had 2 or 3 revisions to this since the planning board. We were presenting a planning board item, and then today we saw some new items that came in on Friday that we haven't seen before. So, and some of them were pretty good. So we'd like to sit with them and maybe come up with that list on some of those new items that they came up with as well.
If I may, Mayor, are you withdrawing your motion?
Well, let's hold, yeah, before you comment. So you asked to withdraw your motion.
I'd like to withdraw my motion,
Okay.
and then Nick?
And I was going to.
And you've withdrawn your second. Okay,
Yep.
so we're clear for the second. Please.
I would suggest, I'll make a motion to table this to a time certain, and I would hope that the applicant and the city staff can go back to the drawing board a little bit, try to come to some type of resolution, because it does seem that we all are under the opinion that a development here needs to happen, but we are concerned with the density and also having some certainties with regards to the standards. So,
If I may, I don't know if it's my place, Counselor, you have to help me. I'd like your motion to be a little more specific, that they not just meet, but they come to an agreement.
Well, as close as you can get them to. You can't enforce that.
What do you want your motion to accomplish, is what I'm asking.
well, I can't, handcuff them to come to an agreement, but perhaps meet again and come back to city council with if they can't come to an agreement, proposals.
I'm trying to
on
get
both
the
sides.
motion to direct staff and the applicant to do a thing
Well, I think let me just lay out a couple things procedurally just to clear things up. What's you're presented is an ordinance to approve. If you deny, okay, the buck stops here. Doesn't go to a second public hearing, it's denied, it's gone. They have an existing approved use on the property, right? So approving something that staff wants, that the developer doesn't want, puts you in a potentially precarious situation because you're doing something the applicant didn't ask for, and you're changing on what the applicant already has, okay? So that's why you're presented in this situation that you haven't necessarily seen before when you have staff and the applicant so far apart. We have a denial because to approve what staff has put forth would be to take away potentially from what the applicant has now, or that's an argument the applicant could make.
Right, but can we make a motion to simply ask that staff and
You
the
can-
applicant get together and see if they possibly can work out these differences? Because I sure don't want to see this big fish get away from us.
Right, and you can make a motion to continue this matter to a date certain, because that's what I heard from you. And that in the intervening time, ask that staff and the applicant go back and work on the language of the agreement and try to come to some type of alternate.
I believe you were in the process of making that.
So,
motion.
and just one more time, and I don't mean to interrupt, but City Manager, in terms of a date certain, what's realistic from your perspective? Because these folks have been at it, our staff and the applicant, for an extremely long time. The public may not be aware of that. So I don't want to appear to be a can kicker down the road. That's not what we're looking for here.
Yes, Mayor, would have to work with staff on aligning the process with our upcoming city council meetings. I'm not sure, well, we're having some discussions right now, so.
Maybe we can briefly recess and allow them to discuss, or
No, it's a
not? Okay.
Yeah, because that's not the meeting,
Okay.
as much as I would like it to be. Ms. Pontier, if you would go ahead and make your motion. I'm sorry, City Manager, what's realistic? Can we get back at our next meeting?
So I believe our next business meeting in February, I'll look to the clerk to verify, is February 14th. Is that correct, Virginia?
That's a workshop. February 7th.
February 7th.
Is a business, and February 21st.
And now I look to staff and the applicant. Is that a proposal to your satisfaction?
The short answer is no. We, procedurally speaking, for the moment, we understand you all have the ability to vote to approve as presented, vote to deny as presented, or vote to approve with conditions. We would respectfully request, well, certainly we request you vote to approve as presented. However, barring that, we would ask that you vote to approve with conditions. We will certainly continue dialogue with staff. We will certainly try and find the solution. And I believe staff will do the same. However, we submitted our application May 31st of last year. It's been quite some time. All of the application which is before you today was submitted in full December 16th, 32 days prior to today. So we're a bit surprised that new issues have been raised which were not previously addressed, because in fact the application before you today is substantially the same as the application we filed on May 31st. And Bill, if you wouldn't mind flipping to I think it's the third to last slide in our presentation on the screen, and I'll specifically show you the differential.
I'll just note for the record that you do have the ability to continue. Those are not your only three options as presented by the applicant.
My understanding is we can request a yes, no, or conditional vote, and we can object to a continuance, because we don't see the value in a continuance given what's occurred to date. If we can't work it out, yeah, if staff is saying that they no longer, staff has expressed to us, a couple more slides forward. If staff is saying, right there, thank you, page number 14, the conditions on this sheet are exactions which we as the applicant have proposed and therefore are willing to agree to. as conditions to attain the 432 total units, which we seek. Staff has made it very clear over an extended period of time that they would not be willing to support any density in excess, I believe it was 310 total units on site. So there's a gap of approximately, I'm going off memory here, approximately 122 units of density. So we have made clear that we believe, we have a high degree of confidence that we can execute the project with 432 total units. We've also made clear that as you erode that, it doesn't necessarily kill the project, but at some point, if you erode it too much, if you reduce it too much, it will kill the project, but we won't know that until several years down the road, which is bad for everybody. Then we have no project. But it's not that we have no project today, it's that we have no project several years down the road, and everybody's wasted time and effort. So we don't know where our line is, to be candid, which is not to say we can't reduce it at all. Just know that our confidence goes down if we do reduce it. So if staff is in the same position that they've been thus far, and they're simply unable to recommend in excess of 310 units, then I would tell you that there's nothing for us to talk about. If you would like us to continue talking about these public benefit conditions and exactions, I think we've had fairly robust dialogue on that, but we're not adverse to more dialogue on it. We're happy to have it, but we would respectfully request that you vote to approve with conditions that more dialogue be had on those items currently on screen. Because, Bill, if you wouldn't mind flipping to the very last slide, one more slide back, those conditions are important, but they don't speak directly to the comprehensive plan policy which you must decide upon, which is currently on screen.
So, Counselor, back to your suggestion on if we take a recess here. Staff, do you see a value in having a conversation at this moment in time with the applicant before we, get to a hard point?
We always take value in talking to the applicants and try to resolve issues.
So
Absolutely.
why don't we
We'll
take
be
Virginia, how long a break did you want to?
15, 20, half hour, whichever council prefers.
So 20 minutes, and why don't you all discuss it through before we get to a hard decision point, okay? All right, so we're going to recess for 20 minutes. We'll be back here at 1:45 according to that clock. Office this long, not ever.
By design, by design.
Give my regards at home, all right? Okay. With what? With the horses, yes. Yes, but, you know, more with the horses than the real estate.
Missing Nasa. Yeah.
Turn on the bat signal.
Up including.
Excuse me.
It costs you a bucket of rotary. No doubt. That's a fact. That'd be awesome. Would you mind doing it? I don't even know where they are. Are they back here? Oh. Awesome. Yeah.
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good.
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, Virginia.
So Mayor, what happens if? Oh, well, that's right. I got you.
Yeah, you know, ask that question.
Actually,
Okay.
So it would be better than just,
To wait.
yeah.
Okay.
If you would, if that's okay.
I thought maybe I was a little bit off balance there. This is quite interesting.
Yeah, we were competitive. We were competitive. Yeah? It was windy too. It was not the easiest conditions. Yeah. I would say what your position would be is, you know, tough Florida winter environment here, you know, in good conditions like you're used to playing on a professional indoor court. Just say your outdoor game wasn't ready to go. That's perfect. Neither did James, which is good. That's fun. Tell you what, a bunch of hardcore pickleballers though. They don't stop at anything. They are an incredible group. Different breed, yeah. Tough.
Yeah.
at City Hall. Traffic meeting's gonna be rescheduled like that.
Good, Mayor.
Everybody okay? I'm going to call the meeting back to order now. Counselor, can you give us a little
Yes, sure.
update post-recess, please?
Of course, I can give you an update. So I think where we stood when we left is there were no motions on the table. Those had been withdrawn. Staff and the applicant met and discussed a few items, and they feel as though, staff and the applicant feel as though they can try to work on some of the language in the agreement and come to some type of potential agreement on a, as you suggested, Councilmember Clufus, on a meeting in the middle, per se. So the applicant has requested that, you know, to do that, not to continue it, but to have the first public hearing today, and then if you do move to approve with the condition that it go back to staff and the applicant to further work on the density number and the conditions associated with that additional density in the development agreement.
With the opportunity to have a second vote.
Well, there's, you know, an
Anyway.
ordinance always gets 2 public hearings. So
Right.
when it comes back to you in the second public hearing, it would come back conceivably, if things could be worked out, in essentially the same manner, with some tweaks to the language and the cap for the total number of units.
Mr. Vice Mayor, would that be acceptable to you? Since you authored the first motion, so you have 2 options. In other words, if they don't come to an agreement, that's 1. Number 2, there'll be a second hearing, a second vote.
Yeah,
So we have the option to undo this at the
yeah,
second hearing.
it's not,
Allow it
it's
to go
only
forward.
approved
Not-
to move to second public hearing. If you denied it today, there would not be a second public hearing. But this would be approved to get to the second public hearing. And if, say, there was not a deal worked out and the council didn't feel comfortable with, or if the council didn't feel comfortable with what was brought back to them, you could deny it.
Councilperson Pontieri, does that give you enough comfort level so that we can move that forward based on your comments earlier?
I
I'm
want
trying to get a little consensus here.
Understood, and I want us to get to a consensus if possible. But I want to make sure that we're under the understanding that this does not set in stone any type of precedent that we're setting, that this density is permitted pursuant to this
I
ordinance.
think council's made that pretty
If
clear,
I,
right?
if I may address that, because we
Wait,
want to make, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me just,
It's directed at that
just
comment.
give me a
though.
second, all right?
No, the ordinance wouldn't be final
Okay.
after this first public hearing.
And just one more question. I know usually, once we get to kind of the second meeting, we're now presented with new items to somewhat go down a list of the process. Is that going to take place, or is this exact same thing, but just what they're able to go back and kind of compromise on, will that be in front of us? In other words, we're not going to be looking at site plans or anything of that nature yet, right?
No, that would be, if the project is approved, then then they'll move to the next step.
Would be an update
in
from
the
today's
development.
discussion.
Okay.
It'll be this exact same thing coming back to you with the, if there are any changes to the development agreement draft from December 16th.
If the changes are made, yeah, I'm okay with
But the process is what
Yes.
I'm really asking for. And Councilman?
Be okay with
Okay.
that process, and I think it would give a good, you know,
Mr. Livingston, now you want to make a comment. I have a consensus up here.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to, just to summarize, and if I get anything wrong, please jump in. But just to summarize, I think we would be requesting a motion for approval with the conditions that we, 1, address some, whether they're substantive or scrivener comments from the city attorney related to the MPD agreement submitted on December 16th. We would work with staff to find a compromise on the total density permitted in the project, and we would work with staff to ensure that the language in section 10 as presented in the December 16th, 2022 draft is sufficiently certain and enforceable in a fashion that satisfies them and hopefully will satisfy the city council. I think that's
Okay, that's
kind of
what-
the consensus we reached in the room.
That's what I heard.
And there was not enough time to come to any more specifics, which is why we're asking for this approval. It enables us to move forward with your direction, to come back with a modified MPD, a summary of the changes, the basis for those changes, and why, hopefully, together, we believe it meets the policy.
May I make a specific motion then?
I had offered it to the Vice Mayor, but if
Be
you,
my guest. Be my guest.
you guys work it out. Who wants to make the motion?
I think
don't care.
staff,
Shoot it out, like, you know,
I
whatever.
think staff may have.
You
had,
can have it.
I just,
Make the motion.
Staff,
I would
so-
like to make a specific, go ahead.
I believe staff may have wanted to interject. Were you looking to interject?
Well, I was just gonna, staff, we were in a meeting as well, and yes, I think we can come to a compromise, but also looking, like I stated before, we didn't look at their new section 10 with those standards and to go through those standards as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Tyner. Thank you, Councilman Peterson. Vice Mayor, you okay if Councilperson Pontieri makes a motion?
Just when would they come back, is my only question.
Well, go ahead and make the motion with that.
I would make a motion to conditionally approve based on the representation from both the applicant and the city staff that we are not agreeing to the proposed density from the applicant, and that the applicant and city staff are going to work on the standards in section 10 and come back to us with essentially this same proposal, but with their compromised changes.
And what is your date certain?
February 21st is a business
good.
meeting, if
So-
that's possible.
Well, so we are, if you move to approve it and not continue, it'll just come back for a second reading, and it's on the agenda for second reading for when? On the 7th, on February 7th.
So even better then, right?
The motion would be for a conditional approval for them to come back February 7th.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Vice Mayor Danko. Is there any additional discussion regarding this motion? I'll have a roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Danko,
Yes.
Councilmember Carly Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus,
Aye.
and Councilmember Hyder.
Yes.
Motion, and Mayor.
And Mayor.
One more.
You, Mayor.
Yes, yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Vote now?
All right, we're going to move.
Thank you for your
Thank
patience
you
and
all.
consideration.
Okay. We're going to move forward now to the next agenda item, which will be Agenda Section H, Resolutions, and Resolution Number 5. And when you can, if you'll go ahead and read that in for us.
Yes, this is a resolution for the Sawmill Branch at Palm Coast Park Phase 2A plat. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving application number 5105 for a replat of Track D, Palm Coast Park Tracks 18 and 20, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Map Book 37, pages 32 through 35 of the public records of Palm Coast Park Tracks 18 and 20, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Map Book 37, pages 32 through 35 of the public records of Flagler County, Florida, a portion of sections 21, 28, 29, Township 10, South, Range 30 East, Flagler County, Florida, as recorded in the public records of Flagler County, Florida. Oh, this is repetitive. Providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Tyner, do you have a brief presentation for us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Ray Tyner, Deputy Chief Development Officer. This is for a final plat. A final plat is the last process in the subdivision process of creating lots. This action is a highly technical exercise to make sure that our second-party surveyor, our city attorneys, ensure that this final stage of development complies with state law and our land development code. With this specific project, Sawmill Branch at Palm Coast, it's part of Palm Coast Park, just some of the previous approvals related to this development are that it's part of the development of regional impact that was issued approval by our city council on December 7th, 2004. It's part of a master plan development zoning that was approved in April of 2007, and the latest modification was October 18, 2011. This plat complies with all those standards of the Master Plan Development Agreement. For this specific piece of property, a subdivision master plan was approved by our Planning and Land Development Regulation Board on November 19th, 2019. And that provides the applicant to do another stage of the process, which is the preliminary plat. And what that preliminary plat is all your construction plan, your site development, and that was approved by city staff on November 1st, 2021. So this is the last final stage, and I want to introduce Estelle Lenz. She's one of our relatively newest planners. This is her first city council presentation. And Dennis Leap is our site development manager. He's an engineer with many, many years, both in the private and the public sector, and they are going to do the staff presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Estelle Lenz, planner with the city. This project is the final plat, as Mr. Tyner said, for Sawmill Branch at Palm Coast Park, Phase 2A. Excuse me. Sawmill Branch at Palm Coast Park, Phase 2A is a 187.1 acre site. It's located west of the US 1 and Matanzas Woods Parkway roundabout. The zoning map shows the property is having MPD zoning, which is Master Plan Development, and it is part of the Palm Coast Park MPD. The future land use map designation shows it as DRI mixed use, and the light green in the middle is conservation. The Palm Coast Park MPD Fourth Amendment was approved by City Council in 2020, as Mr. Tyner mentioned. The preliminary plat was approved, and infrastructure began on the project in November of 2021. These are some of the photos of the construction. We've got the entryway sign constructed, drainage retention area, and 2 of the roadway intersections. This is the plat layout. It's for 243 single-family residential lots and 21 tracts. Phase 2A is outlined in red, and included with Phase 2B, the total will be 493 lots. As Mr. Tyner explained, the final plat gets reviewed by a second-party surveyor and the city attorney to ensure that all the lots and the easements and the tracts comply with state statutes and the technical city standards. A performance bond estimate for the infrastructure in the amount of $103,434.24 has been received and found to be acceptable. This is for the infrastructure that has not yet been completed, and it ensures that the infrastructure will be completed. And staff recommends that council adopt the resolution approving the final plat for Sawmill Branch at Palm Coast Park, Phase 2A, application number 5105. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there additional information, or are you ready for questions?
Ready for questions.
Are there any questions? Counselor?
I don't have a question, but I apologize. This is a quasi-judicial matter. Final plats are ministerial in nature, so because they've already cleared, put in the infrastructure, they're ready to put up homes at this point. So, but it's still a quasi-judicial matter.
Have you had any ex
I've had
parte?
none.
Yes, I've been reached out to, and that communication will not affect my decision today.
I've had no ex parte.
No questions.
None, or no ex parte communication.
Counselor, does that satisfy? Very good.
Yes, thank you.
So if there's no additional question or discussion, I'll open this matter up to the public. Are there any members of the public would like to speak to this agenda item to City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public comment for this item. Is there any additional discussion regarding this item?
None.
Very good. So I'll ask, it's a final plat. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Need a motion?
I'm sorry, you're right. May I have a motion for this agenda item?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
So what is the motion, please?
To approve. Approval, yeah.
And a second. Do you have that? Does the clerk have that? Very good. Now may I have a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Danko.
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus.
Affirmative.
Councilmember Carly Pontieri.
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder.
Yes.
Mayor Alpert.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We now move to resolution number 6 in the same section. Counselor, if you would read that in for us.
This is a resolution regarding the federally funded subaward and grant agreement, Florida Department of Emergency Management for Hurricane Ian. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a federally funded subaward and grant agreement with Florida Department of Emergency Management, authorizing the mayor to execute necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Counselor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Helena
Ms.
Alves.
Alves, please proceed.
Thank you. So the item you have before you is the grant agreement with the Florida Emergency Management Department in order for us to seek reimbursement for Hurricane Ian expenditures.
Follow the money and get the money. I like it.
Vigilantly. Yeah.
Very good. Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Alves?
No question.
I will then open up this item for public discussion. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Any further discussion by City Council? Seeing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Oh,
We have a motion, please.
I thought I had a motion.
No, you didn't.
May I have a motion for this item?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion from Councilperson Pontieri to approve. May I have a second?
I second.
And I have a second. Okay, is there any additional discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We move to resolution number 7. Counselor, if you would.
This is a resolution for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Award, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, accepting a grant award with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for the purchase of equipment used to protect the health and safety of the public and firefighting personnel, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the agreement, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kyle Berryhill, Palm Coast Fire Department. We're here today bringing forth a resolution that would approve an award for Assistance to Firefighters Grant. Today I have with me Lieutenant Patrick Giuliano, who wears many hats in our department, including being a company officer at one of our busiest houses on Engine 21. He also is our Honor Guard commander. He's our public information officer. And for about the past 18 months, he's been spearheading our grant effort. He's going to talk to you today about this grant process, and then at the end, we'll talk a little bit about what our next steps for you.
All right, good afternoon. The FEMA's Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program provides funding to protect the health and safety of the public and firefighters against fire-related hazards. So there are 3 programs. There's the Assistance to Firefighters, or AFG grant, which we've won in 2006, 2012, 2019, and now 2022. There's the Fire Prevention and Safety Grant, which we've won in 2003, which purchased the fire safety trailer that you see in the photo. And then there's the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, or SAFER grant, which we've not won yet, but we will in the future. So these are highly competitive grant processes in which fire departments all around the United States are competing for these dollars. So we're working hard and diligent to make sure we're bringing back federal dollars back to Palm Coast. So what this grant is in December of 2021, we applied for the FGA grant to purchase a mobile air trailer. So as firefighters, we have 2 lifelines. We have water and we have air. We have access to water on the scene of a fire through our fire hydrant system. What this air trailer does is doubles our capacity to have additional air supply to refill our SCBA bottles. So this item that we're looking to purchase is a Star 70 Deluxe Mobile Breathe-In Air Trailer from Breathe-In Air Systems. This mobile air trailer supports firefighters' best practices for respiratory protection. So you've seen the photo, we wear a lot of gear and a lot of equipment at the scene of a fire. So our bunker gear protects our outsides, our SCBA protects our insides. We wear it during the initial stages of our fire attack or primary search or tasks that would involve us going into an environment that poses an immediate danger to life and health. So typically what's happened in the past is as the fires calm down or you have it knocked down, to conserve air, firefighters would come off air and go and do some of the secondary tests like overhaul. But we've learned over time that being exposed to the toxic environments of fire or the smoke or carbon monoxide increases a firefighter's chance of developing cancer. So by having this air trailer, we're first reducing the risk of cancer by being on air longer and then having the ability to reduce the exposure. So it aligns with our firefighter cancer prevention initiatives. Currently, right now, once we put the fire out, in order to get our trucks back in service, we have to go to one or two stations that have a stationary fill-in station. So that truck is now out of service until they can get their truck, their bottles refilled and back in service. So by having this air trailer, we can have it on the scene of a fire, and while we're packing up the hose, returning the equipment back to service and getting everything cleaned up, somebody could be refilling the bottles. So when you go back in service, you're fire service ready and you're able to answer the call for service in the next fire. Additionally, when our neighboring agencies come to assist us, right now we all have different air packs, and we really can't help them refill. So when they come, by having this air trailer, we can refill them. So when our neighbors come to assist us, they go back in service, and they're ready to serve their communities as well.
So in 2021, we applied for this grant in the late fall, and it was awarded in multiple rounds, and the initial round was awarded in May of 2022. It's not common in our experience for that grant to continue on past October 1, but this time it did, and so we were notified that sometime around the holidays we were going to receive a notification of closeout, which would either be a breakup letter or a, hey, we want to award you this grant letter. And because of Patrick's diligence and the diligence of his team, we won this grant award. So there is a timeline for that because of some things going on. We had 30 days to accept the award, so your action today will allow us to accept the award. We have to do it this week. And that being said, the total cost of the grant of this trailer is $49,999. The federal share of that is just over $45,000. The cost from the city would be just over $4,500. And you guys have any questions about this?
I'm sure if Mr. McDonald was here, he'd be highly in favor of moving forward with this.
He'd want 3 trailers.
Are there any questions?
I just want to say, we need this. As a former volunteer fireman, I understand the essential of this. Great job. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to commend you on your efforts. Huge fan of grants, and so congratulations and good work.
Thank you.
Very, very creative effort, and Chief, what we talk about is we want to be a model in all ways, in all things, and certainly this probably is leading edge and good creative thinking that the rest of the state can look to us for how to do it right.
Thank you, sir. This is Patrick's first time presenting before City Council, but I'm pretty confident it's not going to be his last. I know he's already working on a couple of more grants right now that we'll be applying for, and you'll be hearing about as we find out if we win or not.
Very good. Questions?
I have no questions, but thank you for your hard work and dedication to our community.
Thank you.
I would just say being awarded these grants is a testament. It's a function of how much energy and hard work you put into these things, so thank you guys for being amazing.
I would open up this item for any public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to address City Council on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Any additional discussion by City Council?
I'll make the motion.
Then I will ask for a motion. Thank you. I have a motion to approve. Second. And a second from Councilperson Pontieri. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Clerk has the count. Thank you. We move now down to resolution number 8. Counselor, if you would.
This is a resolution concerning the Saltwater Canal Study Phase 1, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving a contract with Taylor Engineering, Inc. for Phase 1 of the Saltwater Canal Study, authorizing the city manager or designee to negotiate, finalize, and execute the necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Coate, you gave us a rather extensive presentation along with the study makers. Is there anything you'd like to add to that presentation?
No, there are no changes from last week's meeting. Today's is just to take the formal action to approve the contract.
Were there any additional questions that City Council had? Vice Mayor, you asked quite a few questions, good ones. So are you comfortable with the what you were told is the scope and the timeline, and obviously the cost of the study?
I don't have any questions. I would encourage staff to speak with Taylor Engineering, encouraging funding sources other than find as we move forward in this process, so, but no questions.
Very good.
I have no questions.
Councilman? Very good. Then I would ask for a motion.
Motion to,
oh, go ahead.
motion to approve.
Councilperson Pontieri, motion to approve. Vice Mayor
Second.
Danko.
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor, please signify.
Aye.
Aye.
I apologize. I will open up this item for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to address City Council on this item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Now we have a motion, I'm out of order, and we have a second. Is there any additional discussion by City Council? Then all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count? Thank you. We move down now to agenda section I, the consent agenda. I will ask City Council members, are there any items on the consent agenda that you need discussed individually?
I would like to discuss item number 12 individually.
Okay. So, Councilor, what should we pull that? We'll go ahead and then come back to it
Yeah, you can pull that, and you can do a motion for
for the others.
the remainder of the items.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and pull that, and I'll need a. Do I need a motion for that?
I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda as read minus item 12.
Very good. And may I have a second?
I'll second it.
And I have a second from Vice Mayor Danko. I'll open up the consent agenda for public comment. As motioned, are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this motion to City Council at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, come back for final discussion by City Council. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Very good. Now, we will move to that particular consent item. Councilperson Pontieri, do you want to start us off?
Certainly. So I expressed some concerns during the workshop about this specific item, and this was to approve work order increase for additional funding. The contract or the work order was initially for around $42,000. The additional ask is around $11,000, and I expressed concern asking that the actual contract be sent to me. I have reviewed the contract, and it's my position that we have grounds to hold the vendor to the price that was quoted beneath paragraph 1A and also 1B. It specifically says that the supplier is fully familiar with any and all requisite work conditions related to the provisions of the services, and that the supplier shall, without additional compensation, correct or revise any errors or deficiencies in the plans, analysis, data reports, designs, and drawings. It's my understanding, and correct, I'm sure I'll be corrected if I am wrong, that the reason for the change is because of a site condition that is viewable from the surface. It's not something that was found after drilling or digging, that had the quote been done while on site, it likely would have been noticed. It's my understanding that the work order or the estimate was done off-site, and that appearing to the work site, this additional condition of, I believe, driveways was noticed, and that has increased the price. The other issue that I have, though, with the proposed work order as amended is that if you look at the contract, Exhibit C to the contract, which is the price schedule, states that 6-inch pipe should be priced at $65 a linear square foot. The revised proposal, which is dated November 9th, 2022, has it priced at $85 a linear square foot. So my concerns are twofold. One, that we're not holding vendors to contracts or to work orders once they're quoted based on what should be visual work site conditions. And two, that we're not holding them to the price schedule that the parties agree upon. I think we're setting a bad precedent to allow vendors to either underbid or not go to work sites and then just expect us to write an additional check of taxpayer dollars. So those are my concerns with this specific agenda item.
Staff, do you want to respond to those
Yes.
to those 2 points? Are you
I'm prepared to respond.
prepared to do that? Good, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for pointing that out. Regarding the 6-inch main, there's actually a typo. It's supposed to be an 8-inch main. There's 2 8-inch main runs. That's why they're both at 85. I've since gotten them to correct it. We haven't had time to share that with anyone because we just got it back this morning, but that was a typo. So the price is correct. It just should have been an 8-inch main called out on the proposal, not a 6-inch main. Now, regarding the basis for the change order, Theoretically, it can be done, right, without an increase in the work order. However, they will only do the linear feet that is called upon the plans. Now, just to recall back, these plans were done by DRMP, which was our consulting engineer. And when you do like a field visit prior to, directional drilling is a little bit different than other construction items. I don't know if you've ever been involved in that, but it's not a very precise science, right? You're literally drilling from one side to the other, and you're almost drilling blindly, right? So you want to come out, where you come out on the other end of the pipe, you need to make sure you have ample room. So what the original engineers did was they had it coming out in between two driveways at a very tight location. And I guess we can hold the contractor to do that. I just feel that it's much safer to bring it out to closer to a vacant lot so as to not disturb and just to make it a little bit easier for construction and also for where we're going to put the air release valve, right? So you're going to have like a 4x6 box at the end of this thing. You want to put it somewhere away from existing concrete to give yourself better room for, construction. And that was the main reason. And it was hard for them to bid otherwise because all I sent them was a set of plans, right? So they only bid off the set of plans, so.
Well, and I guess I'm not suggesting, and maybe I should clarify, I'm not suggesting that we do anything that's not prudent. What I'm suggesting is that perhaps when we're getting these estimates, the vendors or the engineers should either use drones or technology of some sort to look at the site and be more precise in their estimates so that we're not always coming back and increasing the amount of money that it's taking to do that job. That's my main concern.
I agree.
So hopefully staff will, it's my opinion that the vendor should do the job the right way for the amount that they gave us. So that's my position on it.
No, I agree with that, but every now and then, and it's probably not as often as it should be, they come back with a lesser price, and we just leave some money on the table because field conditions can say, oh yeah, by the way, we can do this, and not spend that extra 50, right? So, but I understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. I agree.
You feel you have a proper direction from city council through city manager? City manager, you understand?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. All right. Does that?
Thank you.
And what did I tell you last time? Now you owe us two that go the other way, right? Come under.
Oh,
Okay.
I have a list of things that, but no time to get into that now.
Okay. All right. With that, I would open up this item to the public because it wasn't part of the other consent. Would anyone like to speak to City Council about this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Pontier, are you satisfied with the discussion?
Certainly. Thank you.
Very good. Then I would ask for a motion.
Mayor, I would ask that any motion for approval include that the scope of work is updated to fix the error from a 6-inch water main to an 8-inch.
Okay.
I will move to approve consent item number 12 with the updates pending from the 6-inch pipe to the 8-inch pipe. Is that fair?
I'll second it.
Well said. And Vice Mayor Danko has seconded. Is there any additional discussion? Then all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Nay.
One.
This was 4-1.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to our final public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on any items that were not previously discussed in today's agenda? Seeing no one come forward, I will close public participation. And we move now to agenda section K. Are there, let's just go down, discussion by City Council.
I have none.
Councilperson Pontieri, any discussion today?
No, thank you.
I have none.
Just wanted to thank the mayor and all the pickleballers and James Hurst for the awesome pickleball tournament for the mayor's 30-30 challenge. It was great. We finished third. We're going to get our belt back next year. But I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out there. And it was, even though it was cold, it was nice.
My comment is very brief, City Manager. I want to thank your staff for the endurance they showed and the amount of work they put into today's presentations. I also, even though I don't have many of the public left, I want to thank the public. So I think that we have had a very robust discussion on a very complicated subject, and I would say that this is, in my opinion, the way good governance can work, and I applaud each of you for your role in today's discussion. I'm very, very pleased with the way that we're able to move through a difficult problem. So thank you all. And with that, does the city attorney have any final comment?
I have nothing.
Thank you. And the city manager, I'm sure, has a final comment.
I do. As part of your agenda packet, you'll see the December emergency sole source purchases, and per our code, if there's any questions, that would be a good time right now to address those.
Council members, any question about the emergency pieces? Good. So there are no questions, so you have council's consensus on that.
Thank you, council. I have nothing further.
Very good. Then with that, I would ask for...
I will make it.
I have a motion to adjourn and a second. All in favor, aye. Thank you all.